All right, everybody, I am here. I thought maybe I wouldn't be here till about 10 o'clock, but I'm here. So, first of all, welcome to the new year, 2026. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Barry Anderson. I am the moderator of your trading rooms, YouTube and this room. So, if you can hear me and see my screen, please let me know, William or somebody. All right, I guess I'm hearing a good morning from Faith. And somebody in YouTube, also thank you, Shaw. Okay, so I'm live in both. So yeah, I didn't think I'd be up and running till about 10 o'clock, but here I am. So I haven't done any work at all. I see that Chow is up this morning, a little bit over $1. IRWD. Okay, so this one, another bio. Okay, IRWD. If there's any news on this one, trading higher after the company announced or issued, so it's guidance. So it's not an earnings play exactly, but they don't have earnings until February, but they're guiding that it could be good. So IRWD. Yeah, Happy New Year, everybody. Let me just get this one down on my thumbnail charts, my other monitor, one of my other monitors. Maybe keep an eye on this one. What's the float? Actually, it's a big float, 143 million in the float. So that's a big move, 39%. That is a big move for that sort of a float. Yeah, the market is, so we're in for a nice little, well, as we speak anyway, market is up about SPY is up about 4 points from Friday, Wednesday's close. Wednesday's close. So as you can see, I've got my, this is the layout I use, my 9:30 layout. Waiting, of course, for these races won't start for another 3 minutes or so. UAVS, boy, before I look at that one, where is this one? AFJK. Okay, I thought it might have been over 100, but nope. It got up to 129 last week or earlier this week. Well, I guess right on, actually on Wednesday, 130. Close down here though. Look at the close, almost cut right in half, but still not dead. So that is AFJK, probably let me see what the spread is like for this one right now. Actually, it's not as bad as it could have been. Well, now it is. It was only $1. Now it's $7. SMX may have. Oh, Obi, how are you feeling? I wasn't sure if who did you open the room or did William open the room this morning? So let me take a look at SMX. Obi did. Okay, thank you, Obi. Crawling off your crawling out of bed. I know you were very sick on Wednesday. SMX may have found the bottom. Well, I might. Man, it's basically right back down from almost from where it had its big pop. PAVS, let's see, I don't see PAVS. It's not one of the top 6. So let me take a look at it. PAVS. Yeah, it's not 30%. You see why? It's not here because I only have the top 6 here and it's only at 30%. Well, thoughts? I mean, it's up. Not much more we can say until the market opens. Terrible month. My goodness, terrible month. I don't remember exactly what happened here, but yeah, trying to have some kind of a rebound. Trading higher. This is so they trading lower after the company announced a Nasdaq delisting notification. That was on the 23rd. So I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's any news. Unless this is just people looking at it for one last gasp. Okay, guys, we are now. Just give me a moment here. 9:30 open. So let me get this one right here. Let's have a great trading day. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Hey, you know what's popping here is Micron, MU. MU, I think, did they have earnings last week or no? They had earnings. Big, a nice move off earnings, though. I mean, look at that. Had earnings on the 17th, and the stock was 240, $300 now. Wow. So Micron's on the move here, guys. MU. Well, let's see if this market can hold these gains. Or we're going to have a sell-off. Well, you might be right, Obi. There's SMX. Maybe SMX is on the bottom. You first, though. Okay, you be the first guy to trade it. Yeah, it could be pretty sorry, it could be pretty quiet, Shaw, in our YouTube room in terms of market volume and all. So here's Uzar. Okay, I'm surprised. We're getting, well, I'm not surprised. I shouldn't be surprised. The market's up. This is a bug. I've had this with this spy chart. Just give me a moment. I don't know why it does that. Give me a moment. This development version I'm on. I've asked the question and nobody else has this issue. So it must be just me. What I'm seeing here. Look, I mean, it says it's up nothing. So, yeah, now we're getting a bit of a sell-off. Now we're getting a sell-off. Shoot. That's what I mean, guys. Look at that big giant red bar to start. Are you talking about here though? Sometimes it locks in the toolbar, but but it's okay now. I don't understand that. Why that happens? Hmm. Okay. Let's see. TE is still one of these stocks. It always surprises me. It has come from let's say $1 up to $7. Well, a few months, but another big pop here in the 5 minute. Why did the market have to do this? It would be nice just to at least hold. All right. Well, Obi, you might be right. SMX is the first winner of the race in this race here. USAR, precious metals. Let's take a look at USAR, USAR. And it's really early. Look at the Micron. Man, oh man, MU. Is this an all-time high? MU just ripping here. And the answer is yes, this is an all-time high for Micron, MU. Somebody was asking me either in our YouTube room or it was YouTube on Friday or on Wednesday whether this should be a good short. Not as we speak, anyway. This is an all-time high for Micron. So how's SMH doing? Just as a semis. Well, look at the semis. So the semis actually are just ripping here. That's a big move. That's a big move. 3.5%. And so the semis are just ripping. Nvidia's China orders go off the charts. Look at Nvidia. That's just a headline I'm reading. Come on. Yeah, so Nvidia is leading the charge, guys. Micron's a lifetime high right now. Okay, Rivian. Maybe this will get interesting. This is just over the whole number now, 20. And the next high looking left on a daily chart is 2068. A little close. Too bad. There's more room. So you're talking about MSTR, William, MSTR. Ironwood, guys. The only one I really looked at this morning. IRWD on the move here. IRWD on the move. Not a low float either. Again, 143 million in the float. Hmm. You know what? I've got something wrong with my sounds, my trade idea sounds. This did not give me the sound alert. I wonder why. Hmm. All right. So I'm not getting a sound alert there. Toggle is, I'm getting sound from my music, so it's not my interesting. All right, where could this one go? IRWD, where could this one go? So the next high, looking left on a monthly chart, is 513. So it's past that. Of course, it's past that now on the weekly chart. Let me back this out a bit and see where the next high is. So the next high on a monthly chart, anyway, I'm not saying it's going to get here, of course, is almost $7. And that is for IRWD. Not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high on a monthly chart. Ripping, guys, just moving higher and higher. Big float, and it's doesn't matter. It's for the IRWD. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers if it runs out of steam here. 2.75 million shares available. Fluence, boy, this is another one that's been one of the more active stocks in this past year. FLNC. Yeah, I wonder what's going on. I wonder why my sound is not coming in on trade ideas. Interesting. So here's a halt, guys. LVRO halted underneath $1. A lot of volume already at 843,000 shares. 2,100 times normal. Yeah, ironwood, unbelievable, just as you say, nonstop. You know, this little jumbled here, guys, it'll clear up. There you go, thank you. You know, there's always something. Can't believe it. Uh, Anybody else having problems with their sound alerts, on their, either an alert window or anywhere? If you're using sound alerts? Probably just me. Just me. Excellent. Yeah, I'm on the dev build, but I've been on that dev build now for at least a week. I haven't had a problem. You know what I'm gonna do, guys? It's still early, 9:42, okay? You know what I'm gonna do? I am going to reload trade ideas just out of curiosity. I did something, so just give me a moment, okay? I'm gonna lose the first race results and all, but that's okay. Um, it won't take me long. Boy, that's unbelievable. Ironwood, with that float to be moving like that? Yep, that was the reason. Wow. Pepe, can you guess what the reason was? No, that was not the reason. Anyway, it's okay. I don't want to. Well, I'll tell you what the reason was. I decided last night just to not shut down trade ideas. Okay. I wanted to see if, because if I got up a little bit later, I wanted to have these races already running. If I was going to get up, my time about quarter to 10, or so I decided I wasn't going to shut down trade ideas last night. I shut it down, and then when I went to bed, I launched it, and that was the reason. You know how we're always told shut down trade ideas overnight, and that was the reason. Are they really? Oh, okay, W. Harrison, excellent. I may not have been pointing at for the dev version, but I mean, but that is the reason. I just reloaded trade ideas, and everything's fine. Got my sound. It's just like they always say, do not they. We always recommend shutting down trade ideas overnight. And I can just tell you right off the bat, that was the reason. Okay, guys, SOC, SOC. So that is from the gap scanner, SOC. Is TE really at an all-time high? It's a cheap stock. It's cheap to be an all-time high, but okay, guys. Well, wow, LVRO opened and it opened above a dollar. Wow, this is a screamer, and it's just got halted again. So it opened and it just got halted again. One of those. Any news on this one? I don't. Does anybody have any news on LVRO? I don't see anything. You can see it's right up here leading this race now. LVRO. I wonder how the nukes are going to do this year. SMR guys. I mean, look at how look at how they've fallen. I mean, this was a high not that long ago, 3 months ago, of $57, $15 now. Okay, there's TE. So you're saying that at 783, this is an all-time high? Well, that's what we do have that as an all-time high. Now, I'm wondering though, yeah, it's hard for me to believe this was an IPO back here. So is it possible that this, symbol name change back here, and for whatever reason, we have not accounted for that? It just seems very strange that that would have been an IPO at this price, around a little over a dollar. Oh, I see. So you are saying that. So that, yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, I don't understand. Most of the time, we're pretty good on the charts, knowing when there's been either a reverse split or a symbol name change. But anyway, bottom line is this: moving. Whoa, talk about moving. So this bar has just wiped out those two red bars. All right, and I see our AI is suggested a couple on the RWD, Ironwood, and the and also the TE. Okay, guys, SOC. Now here is the next high looking left. If it can take that out, look at that, $11 is the next high looking left. It takes that out. On a weekly chart, the next high would be almost 14. So keep an eye on SOC energy play. Okay. Well, here's some room on this one, guys. STM has got that close. It's in the right sector. $30 is the next high on a daily chart for STM. Obviously, the right sector. Yeah, the Santa Claus rally is remember it's 7 trading days. I don't know if today is the last official day. So So STM guys, I mean, this has got some room. I mean, obviously, has some room. If you're going to play one of these without any news on its own, I would also have SMH up and running just to see how its sector is doing. It's been ripping. Look at that. That is, I'm not sure I've seen it. Well, I don't follow the sectors that closely, but that is a big move for a sector, up 4%. Big, big, big move. See, a couple of the uranium plays are here, quadruple U and UEC and DNN. These are all uranium plays. And William mentioned Court having a big bounce. This is after last or on Wednesday got hammered down. Yeah, Wednesday got hammered down. I think it was late stage data. Now the high on Wednesday was around 39, so it's almost right. It's got about $1 to go. I'll put a price alert there to see if that number one, if it takes it out, or does it stop it, and maybe gives us an opportunity to short this one. Drora INHD looks interesting. Okay. Yeah, no volume. There's just no volume. Yeah, small volume. Yeah, as you said, small volume. Wow. So that LVRO opened and it opened at 120. Again, I asked anybody have any news on this one, or is just William? You got any news on this one, or just one of those volume movers? Because this next high looking left now is 140, getting closer now to that high in the monthly chart and on the weekly chart. So that could easily stall it. Actually, you know what? There are shares available. 500,000 at Interactive Brokers. It just got halted again, though. Well, I'm glad I did. I was bound and determined I was going to swing this men's for weeks. Just chickened out. Glad I did, I guess. But I have a price alert around the $5 level. What is happening? I'm sorry. I keep typing symbols in and it. Okay, so men's, the high right here. Yeah, 516 was the high on Friday. I'm sorry, on Wednesday. Not even calling it a momentum mover. Okay, William. So it's just nothing on LVRO. What do they do? Okay, Brazil. Wow, it's out of Brazil. Based agricultural input retailer and provider of agriculture biological products. What is the Brazilian country ETF again? BRZU. Okay, so here's I want to see if Brazil, in theory, in general, is moving. Not really. I mean, it's up a point. And there's no volume. So it's not that the overall Brazilian market is on fire. I thought maybe that might have been something, but nope. All right, so SMX guys now is pulling back into the VWAP. Okay, so maybe that'll act as support. Still no shares available for me to short. But you can see SMX pulling back into the VWAP. So this was your Christmas Eve news. Shifting luxury fashion and materials from assumption to evidence. Sounds like an AI. I mean, what? Okay. Boy, this has been an active one also, guys. The ULY has been super active. You can see what it did a few days ago. Was at $1.90. I guess that would have been Tuesday. This morning I got up to 4. Micron still. Wow. What a move. Semi's just on fire. All-time high. Micron, all-time high. All right. LVRO still halted. Not shortable for me. INBS. It's showing up on the gap scanner as a potential short, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, INBS. All right, guys, it's not 9:58. So I will go to my homepage first time this year. Well, I didn't try at Interactive Brokers on the LVRO, so I don't know. Maybe Interactive Brokers is the same. One of those stocks that just want to block you from trying to trade it. Okay, guys, there's my homepage link. Click on it. Promo code. I'm assuming is still good. It's got to be still good. So 2 different promo codes. So Barry 28. That'll get you 28% off a premium annual subscription. Okay, a premium annual. 25% will get you or Barry 25. You can get 25% off a standard annual subscription, or you can get 25% off the 2 monthly plans for premium and standard. Okay. And remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, that 25% is good for the first month only. So if you're pretty comfortable with the program and you want to get a premium subscription and you've got the cash hanging around, then Barry 28, you'll get 28% off a premium annual subscription. And I'll ask if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, just use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and then the main room, as I call it. And so for those of you who are in YouTube, this is what you can also come into the trading room. Why would you do that? Well, there's a lot more action in it. There's more interaction amongst traders. There's more traders in that room. YouTube's fine if you just want to hear me and see my screen. But if you're looking for a little more interaction amongst traders, come into the main room, okay? And this room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't open now. Today was a bit of an odd day. I don't usually open YouTube until about 8:30. I get on the mic at 9. Again, today was an odd day. Get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. And why don't I open the room at 6:45? Because I live in Vancouver, Canada. That'd be 3:45 my time, a little early. So Obi, thank you for opening the main room, the trading room at 6:45 Eastern time. Now, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if you have questions, but if you have no questions, I usually leave between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. But in the trading room, this room here, William usually keeps it open after I leave. And understand both the gentlemen do not have to do what they're doing, so thank you very much. but I do have to shut down YouTube, okay, when I leave. But you can always come into the trading room. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 to 3:45. Okay, 3:45. Okay, so William is 3:45 ish today. When we get into right into earning season again, and many times William will keep the room open right till 4. And if you keep scrolling down, the trade of the week, you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. All right. Next, if you do take out a subscription, the first thing you should do, not should do, have to do, go to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas, mandatory. This is the very first thing you do. So, it's not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it'll get you started. That's why it's called getting started. Covers all the important topics. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, if it might be a good fit for you, start off with that second video and go to the last one. That should give you an idea about whether or not you like to try us, at least for a month. If you don't like it, then just let us know. You're not signing any long-term contract. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading, and they're all free. Last, if you're looking for information that I'm currently sharing, you can click on the custom scan section. And what you're seeing here, this is the large cap gainers. I have 2 races running. There's a large cap, and this is one that's wide open, can be very volatile. Notice that you can get some big percentage moves in this race. Right, while that was 10%, now just open 5%, but actually typically we don't get too many even over 1% in this large cap mover. So that's a big move, 1.82%, because these are all large caps. I'll go over these races in a lot more detail. I am sharing other information. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. And the Pulsar zooms is right over here. The only other scan I have up and running on my other monitor is the gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay, but I have other scans here. You can take a look at them if you want. In fact, I don't have them open doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I've tried to really cut down on the number of things I look at. It doesn't mean at some point I might bring one of these back and get rid of one that I got up and running. So feel free to ask me questions about, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm busy, I'll let you know, but typically, if it's an accounting type question, though, I'll direct you to people who can help. Now, before I go over these races, if you click on my homepage link, okay, and then go down to the education section, click on the more info. At the top here, you're going to see our user guide. Now, don't get overwhelmed by this user guide. Like any other user guide, it's got a lot of information in it. You don't have to learn everything in order to use the program. But I'm going to go over stock racing. So here is a whole section right here on TI stock racing. Okay, and the reason I'm pointing this out is because I'll go over these races, but I don't expect anybody, especially if you're new and don't know anything about racing, I don't expect people to remember everything. So here is your reference right there, TI stock racing. Okay. Okay, Saidu now is on the move. Somebody, I don't know, somebody short earlier. I think he would have done okay the first time, but right now Saidu is on the move. SIDU. Yeah, so Saidu's on the move, and you can see exactly where it's coming into. The Wednesday high right there, that's that red line in the chart. 422 is the high. There are some shares available from me at Interactive Brokers. If it stalls right there, and starts to drop, this could be an interesting short. No, CDE. So here's Coeur d'Alene, guys. CDE. CDE. I don't know if this is typical of the sector right now, but this is this is more like a silver play. So before we look at this one, let's take a look at silver. I'm going to go over the races, but let's take a look at silver to see what's happening. Had some pretty big profit taking. Yeah, actually, silver is up today, so there's not profit taking today. All right. Okay, so let's go over this race right here. Okay, this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So why do I think this is a very interesting way to look at our data? Okay, well, first of all, now granted, I rebooted Trade Ideas at 9:45, so I missed the first, I guess, the first three that won races between 9:30 and 9:45. I'm running 4-minute races. And understand, I'm running a 4-minute race. Everything is customizable. Okay, you want to run a 3-minute race, a 4-minute race, a 5-minute race, a 10, whatever. You can customize the time frame. I just picked 4 minutes a long time ago, and I've stuck to it. So I'm running a 4-minute race, and usually takes about 30 seconds for it to kind of rev up. So you can see right now I have about 3.5 minutes left in the race. So Huma at the top, leading this race. So what does that mean by leading the race? It means since the race started, this stock has moved the most percentage-wise. It's not a big one; it's only 0.57%, but that's what that is showing you. So Huma is leading the race. And what happens, and you can see right on, you can see now BNII is leading the race at 3.5%, 3.6%. So you click on it and just see what's happening. Now, the other thing, now what's really nice is that automatically for you is a top 10 list created. And the top 10 list is created of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Okay. And one of the reasons why this is sort of stuck at one and only at 1 and 2, and this one's at 5, LVRO has won 5 races. So, and that if LVRO would win this race, and then that number would turn from 5 to 6. But ultimately, there will be 10 stocks in here, the top 10 stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. That gives you a nice focus, stocks to look at all day long. So you can see that if BNAI holds on to its leadership right here position, then it still has a little, well, minute and 45 to go, and it'll be added to this list. So a few things. You don't have to, number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on it. Okay. If I see something's leading the race, though, I will click on it just to see what's happening. But I would click on anything you see in here. I would click on just to see what is happening. We talked about the SMX. Maybe did the VWAP hold? So far, no. It's underneath the VWAP. This is the races are you can use them for pullback plays. If you're more into pullback plays, it doesn't necessarily mean the stock is at the high of the day. Look at SMX. It's pulled back. Why is it in this list? Well, because it is starting to move. So that is kind of what I'd be doing. If I see any stock in here, I'll click on it just to see what's happening. I don't have to wait for the race to be over. I don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top here. Look at the NVAX. Let's see what's happening with NVAX. Looking pretty good. I mean, it's well over the VWAP, making a move still, and it's over the whole number. When you start looking left, the next high in a weekly chart is 756. So there's some room. I'm not saying to take it right now, but I'm just saying it becomes a little more interesting because it does have some room to move. But why are these stocks showing up? That has to be, if you're looking at this for the first time, you have to be asking yourself the question, well, why are these stocks showing up? So you can see how BNAI won the last race. So, and again, eventually there will be a top 10 list. So these stocks are showing up because every race starts from a top list window. If I right click, open the top list, and you can see it's a pretty full list of stocks. Okay. So, but why are these stocks showing up? Because in my top list window, this is what I want to see. Summary. So I want to see stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 500,000 shares and up 2% from the previous day's close. Okay. If the stock meets these filter requirements, it'll be on this list. Now those are my requirements. It doesn't have to be your requirements. You know, you create your own top list window with your own set of requirements. If you want to add some filters in here, maybe you want to expand the price range, or you don't like this price range. Maybe you only want to see stocks between $1 and $10. Maybe you want to see them between 10 and 100. Up to you. Okay. If you want to add filters that you like into this, go ahead. This just happens to be what I want to see. So the typical use of a top list window, and you can still use a top list window like this if you wanted to see the stocks that are up the most today. As long as you have the column header to sort on, you can do that. So you can see that C percent that I'm pointing at, it says change from the close percent. If I double left click rapidly on it, it'll list the stocks in order of what stock is up the most. So LVRO is up 142%, BNI is up 71%, etc. Notice at the 3.1, so remember the stock has to be up at least 2%. So that's good. But the other thing I just want to show you is that from the top list window that you create, or use mine, right click, launch the real-time stock race. Okay, so hopefully this is starting to click in here, that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and run a race. But why run races? Why not just look at this? Okay, I want to see the stocks up here. Well, what the race does is it doesn't care where it is on this list of stocks. Okay, when the race starts, all it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. Doesn't care. Doesn't matter if it's Niva, one of the ones that are up from big from yesterday's close. Doesn't care. So, for instance, here's Intel as an example. Interesting that it'll be in this list of stocks. But INTC, what if Intel's up? I mean, Intel's up 6.8%. What if all of a sudden it really started to surge? It's obviously a semi. What if it was up 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list of stocks? You would never know that. That's what the race does for you. People ask many times, well, I don't necessarily want to see stuff that's up the most, like a lot already. How about finding something that might be starting to move? Well, that's what a race can do for you. Okay? Again, it doesn't care. William was talking about port earlier. What if, 6.2%? What if it starts really moving again? 7, 8, 10, 12, 15% up this list. The race will catch that. It doesn't care. It doesn't care if it's up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most percentage-wise in this list of stocks that you have created. Okay, so hopefully that's starting to make sense. If you have questions about it, just let me know. And again, in the guide, under TI stock racing, it's how you can customize, when you want the race to start. I like my race to start at 9:30. You can run your race the minute you open trade ideas though. So if you're opening it before the market, up before 9:30, you can tell it to do that, by automatically, things like that. I have told it, just start the race at 9:30. Why? I know, I just what I did. 4-minute race. Okay. Again, you can adjust all this. So what is the difference between these two races? Again, you can see that generally speaking, generally speaking, you're not going to see big percentage movers in this list of in this race. And the reason for that is because if I right click, open the top list, I'm going to guarantee you it's not going to be a big list, okay, compared to the list here. Why is that? I right click and show you what I've done in this race. So a couple of things. The market cap has to be at least 500 million and the float has to be at least 50 million. So you're just not going to see huge percentage movers. This does not mean these are not great to trade. It just means they're not going to be as volatile, okay, as this race here. The other thing that is restricting the number is that I want to see the stocks near the high of the day. That's just what I want to do. So that's what this position in today's range at 95, that means it's got to be within 5% of the high of the day. Not quite, but within the range. Okay, so anytime I'm going to click on anything here, these are stocks that are still very strong. And look up, here's my price range, 10 and 70. Again, you can customize it. Now, and don't think that just because this is it, this is not the list for the day. Okay, it just means that right now these are the only stocks that are meeting the requirements. Later on in the day, you can have more stocks or less stocks, and not necessarily the same stocks. Boy, this has been super active. This aluminum play, CENX, all-time high. We saw this one last week. It was winning a race. It was in this leaderboard last week. This is an aluminum, and when you look at Alcoa AA, nowhere near. Well, I'm not talking about stock price. I'm just talking about lifetime high. So CENX is at a lifetime high here. And look at Alcoa. Boy, sorry guys, I must be this development version I'm on. But so look at Alcoa. Alcoa's only. I mean, it's at 54%. What does that mean? It means that if I had a lifetime candle for Alcoa, a lifetime candle, it would be about midway in that candle. Whereas CENX would be, well, right at the top. Boy, here's our choppy day again, guys. Look at this. Man, just pick a direction and stick it, or just do nothing. I mean, we had the nice move in the pre-market, and the market opened. We had a little downward trend, and all of a sudden, okay, no problem. And now look at this. Yeah, you know what? This is stuck. I wonder why this is doing this. Because this is not up 4% or for $4 now. That is really bizarre. Usually I only have to do this one time. I have to keep an eye on this a little more closely because I don't know why I'm going to have to tell the dev guys about this. I mean, and others are saying maybe the same thing is happening, and it's only seems to affect for me anyway. This pie chart, and somebody maybe the cues. I don't have the cues up, but well, maybe my mouth. Maybe I'm garbling today. I know I said the dev guys. I think. Yeah, just leave us alone. just I don't even care. Just be neutral. But this is where this has been very been like this for a while now. The SPY, all these big intraday moves. Now, they're not huge ones, okay? It looks a lot worse. I mean, what are we talking about? 686? Well, that's 4 points. That is, that is still a pretty big move in the SPY. Let's see what's happening now with SMH. Okay, so this is probably driving the market down a little bit. Okay, so SMH is, my guess is that NVIDIA, well, NVIDIA will definitely be doing the same thing. Even Micron is starting to give it up a little bit. MU. Yeah, so I'm looking at some of the results from the gap continuation or reversal scanner. Um, Probably, a little. I'd rather see maybe a gap up and reverse. With the market doing this, as opposed to a gap down and reverse, or even a gap up and go. Okay, so I'm saying there's nothing that's moving up, but I don't think there was any economic news that came out today, right? I didn't look at my economic calendar today. I don't think there was anything that came out today that would have slammed the market down. But let me just take a quick look. I guess it's pretty. I mean, at 9:45, we had the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI final and the Fed balance sheet. That's it. So what happened at 9:45? Actually, 9:45, the market popped up. So I don't know. I don't know any specific news. Yeah, the market. I mean, the market could easily go negative now, or SPY anyway. The Dow's down a little. Qs are up a little. SPY is basically flat. Okay, this one I'm going to do, and this might be of interest to a lot of you. Okay, another way of looking at our data using sectors. Okay, so if you click on New from our toolbar, click on New, and then go to Dock Channel Bar. Dock, not the channel bar, but Dock Channel Bar. And they pop on my other monitor. Click on the Show More. Now you're going to see the full. These are all theme-based channels that we've got for you to take a look at if you want. One of them is called Sector Status. I'm going to click on Sector Status. Pepe, well, anybody, if you go to the sectors, is this still stuck on yesterday? This is everything else is fine, but is this still stuck on yesterday? The sectors, because I have to go in here and click on Live Always. It is okay. Okay, I'll have to make sure they absolutely know that. Okay, thank you, SKM. Okay, so do apologize for that. Don't know why everything else is fine. This is today. So So if you click on this, if you do click on this right now, then just go to time frame and check live always. Okay. So SMH is still. So what you're seeing here, these are some of the major sectors. SMH right at the top. up 3.3%, silver is up 2.6%, etc. Okay. You can see that 72% of the symbols in this list are green. All that means is, I mean, doesn't have to be massively green, like 3.4% up. It could be 0.0001% from yesterday's close. But let's take a look at the worst sector, XLF, financials. Okay, that is the worst sector. Only down 0.5%. Not like a massive move down, but right now, financials, XLF, is the worst performing sector right, as we speak. There's communications, XLC, XLV, healthcare, etc. Okay. So why could that be interesting? Well, if you were looking at buying a financial stock, probably, unless you want to short it, probably today is maybe not the day you want to go long financials. But you can always take a look. Go to the we do have financials here, right, right there. Okay. So you can see that the stocks that make up the financial sector, at least what we have in here, 78% of them are down from yesterday's close, from Wednesday's close, okay? 22% are up. So here's Goldman Sachs, GS. So it's only up 0.8%. What I would do is maybe scroll down. What's the worst one? Wow, look at the worst one. PGR is down 6.9%. That's a big move. That's a big, big move. Okay. So another way to look at this is that if you want to be counter to the sector, like for instance, what if Goldman Sachs had been up like 2% or 3%? Which would have been a very, very big move for Goldman, but running counter to the sector. It's another way to look at it. You wonder, well, why would that be? Why would Goldman? It's not. But I mean, if there was a stock that, most of the stocks in the sector are down, and yet there's one that's, quite a bit higher. Well, I click on it. See, maybe there's some news. Same thing with energy. Energy is pretty strong today, but 70% are up. What I do is I look at the worst one. Here's EQT. Maybe see what's happening. Maybe there's some really bad news for this one. Okay, so that's another way. In some of you, that might be all you use trade ideas for. And again, that's from the sector status. So I have to make sure that it's not just myself. I'm going to load this again. Because even though I made the change in the channel, when I make a change in a channel and leave the channel and come back, that change is not saved. And there's a reason for that because, no, in this case, we do want that to be changed. But the reason why we don't allow people to just change the channel, because when you change a channel, that's changing for everybody. Okay. Okay. So okay. I'm going to, so can somebody, can somebody else, if you don't mind, go to the sector status channel? I just want to make sure that that's what you guys are also seeing. SKM says the same thing, because that's saying that's basically stuck yesterday. It is wrong that day. Okay, thank you. So, not that I don't, I just want to make sure it's not just, me and SK. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay. So the nukes are getting a popular, guys, but boy, oh boy, I mean, they had just been that's been a disastrous sector, really. I mean, depends when you if you were chasing it up here a few months ago. This has been a disastrous again, NNE $60 down to 25. We saw SMR earlier. I'm sure let's take a look at OKLO. Is there what is the best one? I guess that's what we should look at. What is the best one? Best one in terms of what one has not given up. Look at that. I mean, $200 down to 74. LTBR. You know, look at them all. Wow. I mean, that's just major, major, major pull like sell-offs in this sector. Oh, I haven't seen this one for a while, guys. GRR, GRRR. Haven't seen this one for a while. Okay, so let's take a look. Next high looking left. Wow, this has got a little bit of room. The next high is around 12.15. So actually it doesn't have enough room for me. No, didn't you ask that a long time ago, IQ? What was it? I don't know if there's a way to know. Maybe if you expand, what answer did you get? Not from us, but did you ask our like Chris or somebody? You're talking about here. These are, oh, you did not ask Chris. Okay. Oh, jeez. I just give me a moment. I want to do this off screen. Oh, it's right at the top, right here. Sorry, it was right at the very beginning. So this, if you add entry time, looks like that it's right there. Okay, right there, 12/29/25, 12/22. So that gives you the date. Okay, that gives you the date. Yeah, right here. So make sure you add the entry time. Okay, is that if that's what you're wanting to know? You want to know when these alerts happen? Well, I don't know if it's the same, but I mean, if you look at strategy trades all, I mean, it's right here, entry time. I don't know if it's the same as your screenshot, but I just went to the long channel, AI long, and added the entry time. Okay. Well, but why don't you use this? I mean, this is telling you the entry time. This is telling you when it happened. I thought that's what you wanted. Why not just use this? Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's probably a question for Chris. I don't know if Pepe is going to know. Okay. I don't want to burden him with this. Maybe it's a question for Chris. He probably knows better than I do. I don't. As you know, I don't look at this, but I can't. I can't answer. I mean, I'm just looking at the entry time here. See, it's so hard for me to read this. What you posted here, it's hard for me to expand it. Is long-term strategy trades. Okay. But if it's not there, I don't, I'm not sure. Okay, I mean, I'll look at it again. So long, not that one. Okay, so it's not on that one. So what channel is it then? New doc channel bar. Okay, and the show more. Okay, as you can see, I don't. Okay, show more. And so where are you looking at? Holly AI. Okay, Holly AI. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so I've got entry time here. Here are all the dates. Bottom down on the right side. So here are the charts. What more? This is it. This so here's the bottom to the right. So here are the charts. Here are these ones. It's hard for me to see the screenshot. Expand it, but I can't. I cannot read it. Long-term strategy trades. Mine looks a little different from yours. But what's your question here? Because I do see you've got the date there. So you're saying it doesn't correspond? Well, okay, then that is if it doesn't correspond, then that has to be a question for Chris or somebody else. I don't think Pepe is going to be able to help you there. Remember, Pepe doesn't work for trade ideas, okay? But yeah, send an email to Chris and explain to him, give him the screenshot. Okay, info at trade-ideas.com. Ah, you're talking about when a stock enters the list, not when you're okay. That okay. I think that's been asked and answered before, and I don't think there's a way to do it. It won't tell you. I know now. I understand what you mean. You want to know when a stock actually enters the list. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I've seen Chris answer that question. I don't think so. You want to know when a stock enters any of these lists? Yeah. Okay. Well, but I think the question has been asked and answered, and there's at this point there's no way to do it. It will not give you an alert when a new stock hits the list. I mean, you can keep asking in terms of as a feature down the road, but I'm pretty sure that it's nothing you're doing. It's not like you can say, okay, just do this and it's going to happen. Well, it may not be that difficult, but I know it's been asked. Now I understand. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you, but I have. I can't really read your screenshot, IQ. Okay. Oh, you're a little late, Grumpy. That's not the first pour. For you, it is. Okay. But anyway, I'll take your word for it. You're having good success at it. I'll take your word for it. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening with the LVRO now. Has it completely collapsed? No, it really hasn't. Has not completely collapsed yet. Okay, guys, give me one moment. Okay, guys, look at the market, and I'm just looking at Micro MU, right back up to the high now, and here's the market now rebounding again. So Ironwood finally is gapping up. Wow, what a gap up and reverse that was. Shoot. What a gap up. And remember, I was saying, well, I was looking to see if there were shorts available. There are plenty of shorts available. And will this run out of steam at some point? And boy, did it ever. Look at that. I got up to 576, down to 441, almost straight down through the VWAP. Missed that one completely. And that was up. That was on the it was a gap up and reverse. Wow. Tremendous short. Too late now. I mean, I'm not saying look, it could continue to move down, but obviously you'd be in chase mode now. All right, guys. Let's take a look now. PAVs. So PAVs. Last time somebody was saying PAVs was really giving it up. You're right. It gave it up. It came right back up again. I've done no trades yet. How about this one? Now, this is the one that was buying or merging or some kind of a combination with, wish I can remember the name of the company again, APLD. Um, just over the whole number. Next high looking left for APLD is 27.72, so about 50 cents away. Not bad, but I'm feeling just you're in chase mode though, unfortunately. Thank you very much. Was EXO, yes, EKSO. So how is that one doing? How is EKSO doing? See, it's not up. So APLD is running counter to EKSO. Interesting. IQ, are you swinging those, or are you trying to trade them intraday? These ones that are showing up, swinging them. Okay. Okay, guys, 10:50. So let me take a look. Now, Sky T, that was one that showed up on the hmm. Okay, this could be interesting to me. Sky T. Well, I know that Chris has been asked that before. Can you get an alert when stocks enter that list? And I'm almost positive he said no. It doesn't mean that it can never happen, but I'm almost positive he has said no. There's Pepe confirming that. And I just had a confirmation. Yeah, from Chris. Correct. He says so. Yeah, there's no way, not yet. I mean, I'm not saying it'll ever happen, but it's been asked and answered before. No way to get an alert when a stock. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It shouldn't be hard. I'm not a developer. Okay, so I don't know what it would take. Well, I'm referring to your question about wanting to see when a stock enters into the list. Okay. Yeah. Pepe said the same thing. He can't, it just, it's not possible. Okay. But what I would do is, you can send it to him and he's going to say the same thing. It can't be done right now, but he'll probably say, well, we'll get it as a feature request. When or if that will happen, I can't tell you. Okay. You're asking the wrong person, IQ. Okay. You know what? On Wednesday of next week, if you're around, Dan will probably start his sessions on Wednesday between 12 and 1. I don't know if you've asked him before or anybody has asked him before, but that's your opportunity to ask the CEO and try to hammer the point home. Yeah, stupid spy. It's not that I mind it dropping. It's just that, pick a direction, preferably up, but, pick a direction. This looks so ugly. I don't know why this is happening today. Usually, this can happen this all jumbled mess. It can happen at the beginning of the day sometimes, but not now. I don't know why this is happening. Doesn't it never happens in this one. Only in this one. Talking out loud, but okay, guys. Let's see. You know what? I have this. I don't know if there's any volume in it. I have this one thumbnail in my other chart. AISP. Let's see if there's any volume. Not bad. Yeah, AISP. Okay. Up almost 9% now. Oh man, this gap up and reversal for IRWD. Anybody take this short? What a reversal. I mean, this was up because of okay, so there was some other news. I think they were guiding. Yeah, this was more of a guidance play, but I'm also seeing some news that Ironwood hits 52-week high as AbbVie partnered Linzess boosts 2026 outlook. So it's the same thing. They're both they're boosting their outlook, but boy, man, that's a big sell off. Well, how come you didn't remind me, Dwayne, to short it? Where did it get to? Okay, let's see. Did it get to any area that was would have been of interest? So then I think I looked at this, and the next time, yeah, I mean, it didn't get close to that. Actually, let's see what it got up to. Got up to about 578. Yeah, so I mean, right there is 690. So I could not have predicted that it was going to stop at when it did stop, because it got up to 578. Anyway, great short, guys. Well, this LVRO is not giving it up yet. Well, wait a minute. Another chipper, guys. Mosaic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not a chip. I'm sorry. Phosphate and potash. Yeah, but I'd be chasing it, Miko. At this point, I'd be really chasing it down. So I'm not going to do it. I mean, you're right. You look left. I mean, there's a low of on Wednesday, but I mean, it's already had such a steep decline. So, AJ Roland, are you familiar with the trade wave? And welcome. You look like you're new to the room. Welcome. And can you hear me? AJ Roland, I'm talking to you. AJ Roland, 67. I'm just wondering if you're familiar with the trade wave. Yes, no, maybe you can't hear me. Maybe you have me on mute. Okay. Would you like to know? Because that could have kept you in the trade a lot longer. Okay. This is for everybody, but I'll pick on you. Okay. So the first thing about TradeWave, and it's part of the standard service. Okay, you know, and it's no add-on in terms of having to pay for it. Okay, it's part of the standard service. So the first thing is I'm gonna it's that's what the wave looks like. You see that orange wave was blue, and then it transitioned to orange. But let me just show you how you can add it to your chart. I'm going to right click now. The first thing is I'm going to right click on this daily chart because it's not on my daily chart. First thing is you have to click on Use Browser Interface. Now, hopefully, you're on a version that you have this option, Use Browser Interface. Now, if it's already checked, don't uncheck it. But when I check it, Use Browser Interface, let me know what happens on your chart. Do you see an icon like you see? There's a little icon. There's some icons that'll appear at the top. Do you see there's a little anchor icon? To the left of it is the indicators icon. The indicators icon. Okay. Let me know if you see that when you check Use Browser Interface. See what happens when I uncheck it? Those icons disappear. I mean, there's some icons up here, but not those ones. So if I right click, use browser interface, you see now I've got that icon right there, that indicator icon. So let me know if you can see that. Okay, and now you're seeing the wave. So now you click on it and trade wave. So now you click on trade wave and now you'll see the wave. Okay, and this is a toggle on and off. I don't like it on my daily chart, but I like it in the intraday. So how you can use it, depending where you, I don't know where you shorted this one, but let's pretend you shorted it, you know, right around here, you know, at the five. It's not a matter of seeing the sell flag necessarily, or a buy flag. It's just a matter of if you had liked it, you know, maybe on a VWAP break. You know, I don't know what sort of trader you are, but let's just say you took it on the VWAP break, you know, that purple line. Well, what you can do is you can just keep following the wave until it transitions to blue. Okay, this is telling you this is on a 2 minute. You notice you know the it can look different depending on the time frame. On a 5 minute is still orange. Orange meaning it's a weak trend. The trend has switched from blue is a strong trend, and then orange means the trend is weakening. So now there's you may have wanted to take a little bit of profit. I don't know where you did. You see the little jog up right there. If I can point at it, that work. You might have wanted to take some profit there, but not everything. And just hold on, hold on, hold on. At this point, it may be curling up, okay, and just sort of ride the wave. That is how I'm using it. I have found it's been really, really good for me. It's kept me in trades way, way longer than I ever used to be in trades. Okay, is it infallible? Of course not. But I love the visual presentation of it, and it doesn't mean you can't take anything off. As you get the ideal situation is a narrow wave like this, in my opinion, anyway. And it's no video. This is just something I've noticed. A fairly narrow wave where the top, if you're short, where the top of these bars are still kind of in touch with the bottom of the wave. Look what happened up here. You see how it got really parabolic? You see how it was blue and see how the wave expanded? You see how these bars were not in touch with the top anymore? And it got very parabolic. When that happens, you can sort of think to yourself, boy, this has gotten really parabolic. I'll bet you there are going to be a lot of people taking some profit. And that's kind of what happened. Okay. The minute I see something like this, where the bottom of that bar is not anywhere close to touching the top of the wave. This is when it was on the way up. If I'd been if I'd been in this trade down here, there's no question I would have been taking some profit up here. That's how I'm kind of using it. Yeah, I mean, and it depends on the time frame you're using. Okay, because you can see the wave is still orange on the 5 minute and the 2 minute. It's possible sometimes probably still going to be orange on a 1 minute, but you see what I'd be doing as you get used to maybe identifying this. If this had started to curl a little bit up, okay, and but it still looked orange, you can see how it's kind of flattening a little bit down here. And if it started to curl up, but it was still orange, if you went to a 1 minute chart, it's very possible that the wave would have been starting to turn blue. Very possible. So happy New Year, DKRIV 1257. When you say basic training, so are you a new subscriber to Trade Ideas? And welcome if you are, and welcome to the room. Now, if you're talking about basic training for the wave, no. I mean, this is just something, there's no video on this, though I will. Well, first of all, I'm asking several questions. Are you new to Trade Ideas, DK? Okay. Have you done this at least? No. Well, I haven't. I haven't asked the question. So if you go to my homepage, I haven't quite asked the question when I said, "Have you done this at least?" So if you click on my homepage, you click on my homepage link, okay, and you go down a little bit, and you see where it says education. Click on the more info. Have you done this at least? And be honest, okay. Getting started with Trade Ideas. There are 12 short videos. Okay. First, it's too bad you didn't know about the room probably, but it's mandatory. I tell people it's mandatory. It's not, well, maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't. Excuse me. It's not going to make you an expert in Trade Ideas, but you probably don't have to do the login. I'm sure you're probably logged in, but there's 12 videos. Probably the most important one right at the very beginning, alert windows versus top list windows. Okay. So please do that. Okay. Now on the trade wave. So I don't know if he explained it well, I explained it, but I don't know if, I actually don't even know if Chris is using TradeWave, but I know he did a tutorial on it. But the other thing you can do, see, this is what I was just explaining here. This is just something that I have noticed. Okay, it's not a video or anything like that. I just noticed this, and it's not a matter of seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. Look, if I'd seen a sell flag up here, sure, and I had also wanted to take the trade, it would just be confirmation more than anything. Okay. However, if you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar and go to dock to channel bar. You see where it says Ripster Rippers? This is what it is all based on. Click on that channel, Ripster Rippers. What's going to happen is a video is going to pop up somewhere for you. Okay? If you can't see it, stop it. If you can't see it, it may be behind the channel, okay? But here is the video, which explains the concept of TradeWave. It explains the concept of it. Now, all these are some scans. I've never ever used them, but there are some scans. Don't ask me what they all mean because I've never used them. But there are some scans that you can take a look at. Okay. There's also another one, but I would listen to this video. What is it? 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. And that gives you an idea about what the concept is all about. And now that you've found the room, you can come into the room. I don't know how much time you have to come into the trading room, but you can come into the trading room from time to time. I don't know if you're an intraday trader or a swing trader or what you are, but anybody who's listening to this, I mean, this is the format. I'm on the mic between 9 a.m. The room is actually open at 6:45 Eastern time. I don't get on the mic until 9, and I go, between 2 and 2:30. Always staying later if there are questions. And to you too, Mr. Villa. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly, not Villa. All right, guys. Let's see. What's the time now? 11:10. Wow, it's been a fast morning for me. Of course, I started a little bit later. So I usually I don't usually, I'll take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. I'm going to see if Andy will fill in for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'll see if he is around. Sometimes he may not be because of the shortened kind of week. But let me see if somebody's going to do it. Oh, wow. No kidding, Monica. Just got halted on the way up. I was watching that. Now, see, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you see what happened with it. It came into the VWAP, the area of the VWAP, that purple line on my chart, and that in this particular case acted as support. Okay, held, and then it popped. Look at the volume that came in, and I haven't shown this blue window today, but this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This has nothing to do with trade ideas, and this is showing you the halt price. You can see the symbol, but it is LVRO. And this column is the important column. This is telling you where it could open. Okay, 141. So if you're in this one right now, what you want to see is a number greater than the halt price, which in this case right now, not that this number doesn't have to remain. Usually they are 5-minute halts. And it's called a volatility halt. And a simple definition is the stock went up too quickly in a short period of time. There are other aspects, but that's a simple definition. The stock gets halted, program kicks in, halts it, and usually they are 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 11:14 plus 53 seconds. Okay. And again, this number is trying to show you where it could open, but notice it just changed from 141 to 140. So DJ, Mr. Mark DJ Tony Dread, where have you been? Nice to see you here. Yeah, same to you. Well, I think this one has had a tremendous run. This BNAI, I think the last time I saw it was around, right around here, around the 3 level. So this has been a pretty decent one, but a little bit choppy. See how the wave is a lot different? See how I will say this: the wave on cheaper stocks with low floats a little more difficult. Okay, you can see how there are many times you and here's another when am I going to? Because but it was still blue all the way up. So I find that the stocks that are lower floats a little bit harder, not impossible, but they're just a little more volatile. I mean, and look at the difference between that one and Ironwood because look at Ironwood with that float, 143 million. So you can see how a lot more orderly that was, even though it's a cheaper stock, still a cheap stock. But look how orderly that was compared to the one I just showed you, where the bars were piercing on top of the wave and below the wave, and a little more difficult to have the confidence to hold on. Well, today is the day for the nukes guy, the SMRs guys, or the SMR, the nukes. Yeah, it is the day for the nukes, having a bit of a comeback. SMR, NNE, OKLO, LTBR. Those are the four that I'm very familiar with. But again, draw your attention to the fact that they have been in just horrible. If anybody was holding this, not bad down here, but 3 months ago, this was a $60 stock down to $23. So remember when was it the chair? Was it the CEO of Nvidia? Wasn't he the one that threw a lot of cold water on these? Not here. Earlier, saying, you know what, this technology is probably 10 years off. If people were very upset for him saying that. Wasn't it the CEO from Nvidia? Oh, about the quants. Oh, okay, thank you, Mike. It was about the quants. Okay, thank you for correcting me. I love about the room. There's always somebody out there that has the proper answer. So here's that crude CDE, little bit choppy, but nonetheless, No, so guys, there may not be anybody taking over for me in YouTube again today. Okay, I think Andy is maybe off. I just pinged him, and I think he might be off. I'll be back to a normal routine next week. Just waiting. Okay, so yeah, nobody's going to do it. Well, unless Chris is going to do it. Andy is definitely not going to do it. Normally he does Fridays, but I think he's not going to do it. So unless Chris wants to step in, and there's no, I don't want, I don't think Chris can hear me. So we're talking about, normally I take a break between 12 and 1. Not normally, I will be taking a break between 12 and 1. Normally, what happens is in our YouTube rooms, one of the other traders, a Trade Ideas, takes over for me, but we're sort of shorthanded this week. So yeah, you too, Shaw. See you next week in our YouTube room. All right, let's see if there's that. Now, the other way to use this, the races, okay, is as you get used to, if you're into it, okay, you're into using these races, not just mine, but the other thing I should have mentioned is that you can create a race based on the stocks you want to follow. In other words, you can create what we call a watch list or a symbol list, okay? What we call a symbol list, everybody else calls it a watch list. But and then you can take and you attach that symbol list, watch list to your top list window, and then it only monitors those stocks. So if you've got, a basket of stocks that you like to follow, or maybe it's a different basket every day, you want to have at least you don't want to make it 5 stocks, maybe 20, 25 stocks. So you have enough stocks that are in the race. You can do that too. You can just run a race based on the stocks you want to follow. Okay, guys. Let's see what time is it now. 11:22. Well, let's see now. I mean, Ironwood still has. All right, guys. I had a coughing spell, so I had to mute my mic. Ironwood now, what it's doing actually, it's kind of basing. So you never know. This could be. This could be. I mean, it's still up 27%. Okay, still have the news and all that. It's still there. So this could be starting to base. Well, it looks like it's starting to base, and who knows? Maybe we'll get a curl up action. The VWAP is at 480. I mean, the VWAP is about 50 cents away. So even if the VWAP stalled it from moving up, that's far enough away. So let's take a look on a 1 minute chart to see if that little action is actually turning blue. See? Can you see what I'm looking at? I'm not saying to take the trade, but you can see how it is, you go to a different time frame and you might get a different color. So this might be, and there's even a little buy flag there, but there's a sell flag there too. So this could be some action that is going to start curling back. Could be. Yeah. So look at this. This, sorry guys, I'm having a little chat with Andy. Take a look at this. You know, I might have to take this. And what you do is maybe put a stop at around 420. Okay. It looks like it could be trying to curl up. That's on the ironwood. You put a stop at the low here. I'm not telling anybody to do that. Okay. I'm just saying that isn't an idea. Maybe you'd like to see maybe one more little jump. Now let's see if it is actually turned on the 2 minute. See, it's still, you see how it's consolidating right now on the 2 minute. On the 1 minute, it is curling up a little, but for me, I'd probably have to wait for it to turn blue on the two. Still basing nicely, though. It's still basing nicely. What you'd want to see here's what I'd be looking for. Take a look at the on the 2 minute anyway, even the 5 minute. But look how the volume is just completely dwindled. I mean, the volume is still good. I mean, it's in this bar right there, 158,000. So we're not talking about the absolute volume. What we're talking about is looking at the volume bars and seeing if there's a little pop in the volume bars compared to the previous ones. Okay, and you can just sort of see. I mean, look at the 2 minutes. The volume is just not there. It's not. It doesn't look like, you get a volume bar even that looks like this one. A little bit of a change, showing that maybe. Whoop! I just missed it. I just missed it. Too much talking. Hello. Quadruple exclamation marks. Fried olays. Ah, excellent. Excellent. Welcome. Always nice to see new people. Are you new to trade ideas or just new to the room? Okay, well, I'm gonna not suggest, I'm gonna make it mandatory that you do this, like with somebody else earlier. So if you click on my homepage link, if you haven't done this already, click on my homepage link, scroll down, see where it says education, click on the more info, scroll down a little bit more. If you haven't done this already, this is mandatory you do this. Getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos, and that'll get you started. I'm not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but if you haven't done this already, please do this. Okay? It'll save yourself a lot of grief because otherwise you're just going to be, "Oh, I wonder how you do this. I wonder how you do that." I'm not, again, it's not going to make you an expert, but it'll give you, goes over all the basics. Okay. Well, you've got all sorts of time. You'll have the weekend, some weekend homework for you. Okay. And then come into the room. You can ask me questions all the time. It's a support room also. It's not just a trading room. You can ask me questions. And I don't know if you're new to trading also. If you're new to trading, back to basics. Remember, Trade Ideas, fantastic program, but it's not going to teach you how to trade. It generates ideas for you, things to look at. But if you don't know, if you click, and I'm not just talking to you, Fried, but I mean, if people think that Trade Ideas is teaching, okay, if you've been trading for 60 years, then you obviously know how to read a chart. So this is more for people who think that Trade Ideas is going to teach you how to trade. No, it's not. Because if you click on a symbol and then it loads into your chart and you have no idea what it's trying to tell you, then you're really going to have to look at that back to basics. Ah, don't tell me that it is. I know it is. Oh, man. Well, listen, while I was yakking, at least you can see how the volume picked up. You can see that little bit of volume that is starting to pick up again. And that's what that was the key. So you could have taken it at 4:30, and then the volume picked up, and boom. Now I don't know where it's going. I'd be aware of that 486 area. That is the VWAP. I mean, it could maybe makes it way close, and maybe that's going to act as resistance. We don't know, but that's not a bad 20-cent pop on a $4 stock, and more maybe. No, I really don't have any suggestions. The only thing I can think of is if you see what I'm pointing at, what is it? What number are you getting? See, mine is actually a little bit slow than me. Anything under 100 and under is fine. Okay, 100 and under is fine, and that's usually 110 is still it's not the end of the world. But what is the number that you're getting, AJ? If you see what I'm pointing at, what number are you typically getting? Yeah. So how many are you running a couple of races? Like, what are you running? How many windows do you have open? Now, when you say working great over the weekend, but there's no data coming in. So, like, what does your layout look like? How many races are you running? Any races? Racing can slow down the system. It hasn't so far for me. I'm running two races. How many top list windows do you have open? You can also, okay, also, you see where I'm pointing up the green ball. Yeah, that should be okay. You see right beside the green ball is the performance. Okay, is it green? or is it orange, or worse, red or yellow? I guess yellow is. Is it green? It is green all the time. Okay. This is telling you how many. This is telling me how many windows I've got open. Um, I don't have any. I don't have any quick fix on it. The only other thing I can think of is clicking on your account and doing a reset a couple of times, not just once, maybe 3 or 4 times, and see if that helps to correct the sluggishness. Just do that. That's typically is what I do when I see it, starting to lag on me a little bit. Yeah, it shouldn't matter, but you're not connecting with your you're not connecting. You're still paper trading. You're not live trading with Alpaca. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. I mean that it shouldn't matter. You don't have that much open. So maybe try that. The other thing too is what are the specs on your computer? So are you hung up completely? Can you click on anything from the toolbar? Like, is it okay? You're going to have to then. Okay, that happens to me every now and then, but you're going to have to then end the task. You know how to do that, right? Okay, I would end the task and come back in then. Happens to me every now and then, not often, but every now and then I've got to end the task, and then it's hard to determine exactly why it happens. Oh, really? Really? So you have ended the task? Hmm. Well, that's a little strange. Okay, so Pepe is saying okay, maybe go to the production version then. He is actually saying the new beta is buggy. Maybe that's what you should do. Go to I mean, I haven't found, other than my spy chart, and if I'm always on a development version, I'm always a guinea pig for the company. I because I'm the well, I'm gonna say obviously I'm sort of the power user in the company because I'm doing this 6 hours a day, and so they always want me to use the development version to see what's going on. But yeah, maybe go back to the production version. Pepe, the production version still allows you to use the wave, right? Okay, so there's no big drawback in using the production version then. But the beta, if you wanted to use the money machine, is that when you need to use the beta? But notice we hardly ever talk about the money machine. I get very few questions about it, so I wasn't sure if you needed the beta for the money machine. Hopefully that helps. So, KJ, if you go back to 5.6, hopefully that helps. You know what, guys? There's only one earnings play that's showing up for me, and that's HURC, HURC. Yeah, but there's no data coming in, KJ. So that I mean that is 100% the reason. Obviously, when there's no data coming in, there'd be no real reason for hanging up. I guess. I mean, I'm assuming that, right, Pepe? I'm out of my element, when I sort of get into the technical aspect of it, but this makes sense to me when there's no overload of data. I'm not even sure you have to actually uninstall it, but you can just overwrite it. But it's probably good practice to uninstall, maybe. Okay, here's an energy play, guys. How's X now? If I'm going to take this trade, if I'm going to take NOV, a little consolidation right there at 16, a little pop, some volume came in, but as always, I'll take a look at XLE. I typically don't like to trade energy or gold or silver or anything that's so tied into the sector unless it has news on its own. But XLE is still pretty strong. It's not giving it up, so NOV could be an interesting play. Just over the whole number. But as always, I'm going to look left. Yeah, so I can't take the trade. Look left, and the next high is 1616. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's too close. You're 1608 right there, and then the next high is, I'm sorry, it's 1644. All right, well, there is a little bit of room then. Sorry. There is some room. 1608, it's at that high right now, that daily high. And when you look left, the next high is around 1644. So 46 or so. So there is a little bit of room for it to run if it can maintain over 1608. It's a big float, so you wouldn't expect it to be so volatile. See how it's, see, that's a very nice looking wave. Okay, so Pepe is saying try to reinstall for him. He reinstalled the beta and it seemed to work. What does the beta get you over the production? Oh, so it is a money machine. Okay. Well, if you don't care about the money machine, then wow, nice move. Ah, I see. Still has the FX icon. Well, at least okay, as opposed to the indicators. What is a move that I would invest in? Invest as in swing? I'm not a swing trader. So if that's what you're asking. Oh, so like when I see invest, I always think like invest. Well, the Nove is sort of interesting. I mean, as long if it can get over 1608, looking left, that's the high. So it's still in that area. And it has still 1650 or so, 1646. So it could go on a bit of a run. But as always, I would want to watch XLE. Also, if I were going to take this one, I would have XLE thumbnailed to make sure it's not going to drift down on me because I don't think Nova, I don't think NOV, I don't think it has any specific news on its own. Okay. I don't see it having any specific news on its own. It's just running with the rest of the energy stocks. There are no low floaters today that I can see. Later on in the day, we always talk about some of the low floaters that were really, really active early on, and then they sort of rest. And then sometimes in the afternoon, the enthusiasm comes back, a lot of volume comes in, and sometimes they pop through the high of the day. But I don't see now the LVR. I suppose the LVRO, the low float. It's possible that the LVRO. See the next high. Yeah, I mean, we should had if the next high on that weekly chart was 277, I would say I would think that maybe this could have a shot, but because the high of the day today is about 150, and you can see there's a weekly high right there, 143, 146, 151, 155, 161. So it could stall between this current price and there. So what I'll do is I will put a price alert over 161 though and see if it can take that out at least. And who knows, maybe it just powers right through too. So that would be one maybe to watch. There's no news on this one that we could find. It's just one of those somewhere, some group somewhere probably got a hold of it this morning. The Brazilian stock. I mean, the relative volume is, I mean, it doesn't trade very much. 17, this is trading 17,000 times normal. So that's, there's an idea maybe later on in the day. Wow. I think that is I think that's really the only one that is a low floater, like a really low floater. I'm talking about the LVRO that could have a shot later on. Vito Perilli or Perille. Hopefully, I'm not butchering it too much. This is in our YouTube room. I'll just call you Vito, okay? Well, we saw APLD earlier today. Yeah, I mean it's not a low float, but I mean they don't all have to be low floaters, of course. But look what it's doing. It may be starting to fall a bit. Okay, the little downturn there, a little sell flag there. Nothing on the 5 though. And again, this is the one that had EXO. EXO is interesting because EXO was down for the day. APLD and EXO are doing some kind of wow. It's really down for the day. Okay, Obi is telling me that BNAI is a low floater. So it's interesting that EXO was so down. This was the news on Wednesday that they were doing some kind of a deal with APLD, creating a new unit or something like that. And you can see this. I guess that actually happened on Tuesday. That's Tuesday. That's Wednesday. I'm sorry. No, that was on Wednesday. So that was the. You know what? I'm all confused here. So this is today's Friday. Okay. That is Wednesday. Yeah. So Tuesday. So that was the Tuesday news for APLD and EXO. But this is really giving up. Now, APLD has earnings next week, somebody said. So yeah, January 7th. So earnings coming up. I'm not trying to make any prediction that they're good or bad, but then the other one you asked about was ONDS. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not seeing these anywhere. The reason being, and there's nothing wrong with them, okay? But the relative volume, most of my scans have got a higher relative volume, okay? And so that's why 1.65, I mean, it's a little bit more than normal, but most of the things that I see, the relative volume is going to be a lot more, has to be a lot more for me to see it. Doesn't mean this is bad, but it's just that I'm not seeing it because of that reason. The next high looking left on a weekly chart is 1122. So on a weekly chart, anyway, it's got some room. So there was some news on this one also. So they're going to rebrand. Ondas Holdings is going to rebrand themselves as Ondas Inc., relocating headquarters to Florida. Probably, where were they before? They were in Massachusetts. Okay, so they were going to. I guess it's probably a tax break or something. Okay, so so there was some news. Not that I think rebranding themselves is a big deal, but probably the move to Florida is a bigger deal. When is that going to happen? Oh, it has already relocated. It's already relocated. Okay. Well, okay. So there's your news for ONDS. Oh man. All right, guys. It is now 11:51. So nobody's going to take over for me in our YouTube room. So I'll be taking a break between 12 and 1. I may shorten the break a little bit. Okay. But I definitely want to get a post turkey workout in. So that's one thing I definitely am going to do. Yeah. No kidding. Fried. Too- I didn't actually overdo it too much this year, but just enough to feel a little bit sluggish. Yeah, that could be it for IRWD for a while. Could be, but that was not a bad move from over 30 cents, almost up to what 60 cents. Yeah, nice 30-cent move. Now I'm not saying you would have got the entire move, but you got 20 cents on a $4 stock. Pretty good. But look what's happening. My guess, if I look at a 1 minute chart, it's going to be orange. Not quite. All is a sliver of orange. So this could have been just a brief pop up, and now maybe the downward trend continues. Still up 32%. So you're trying to short. I mean, that was an awesome short, of course, but still a very strong stock. Yeah, this one though, you could have been in this one if we're talking about the wave, following the wave, following the wave, following the wave. At this point, I mean, I wouldn't if I'd been able to get into this one at that 430 level, I would have been in this trade all the way up to 464 before I started taking some profit. And here's where I would have taken some profit for sure the minute you had that little downturn. Now, the other thing is that remember, it already had a massive move down. And so, you got to wonder about, well, how powerful is this little upturn going to really be after that massive move down? People pop. Okay. Let's see if I don't see it anywhere here. Oh, no kidding. Nice. Not seeing it because of the relative volume and also the volume. Okay. That's why I'm not seeing any of this because of the volume, but it's just starting to pick up now, isn't it? And it just got halted. Well, Vito, the way I use it, okay. Good example. How do you like how I use it? Okay. Now, do you have the wave? Do you have the wave on your chart? Number one, the wave is part of our standard service. So I'm just talking to Vito in our YouTube room. Do you have the wave on your chart? I'll use this as a good example because not this one, but IRWD. Okay, so if you have the wave on the chart, this is how I use it. Let me expand this just a little bit. Okay. I use this as an example. Unfortunately, we were talking about IRWD and I was wondering out loud, at some point it might, first of all, I wanted to see if we had shorts available. I had shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So that we were looking at this here, but I lost sight of it completely. But look how the wave is. If you had taken this short, even if you waited for, I don't know what sort of trader you are, but if you'd waited for a VWAP break, there's that purple line, and you had taken it, right around here at the 489 mark, then you can kind of ride the wave down. Okay. Now, if you see a little jog up, you might want to take a little bit off, but not your entire position, and just ride the wave down. Ride it, keep riding it and riding and riding until you get a transition. Well, in this particular case, this is a 2-minute time frame, okay? That's what I'm using, okay? But it depends what time frame you're comfortable with. If you use a 30-minute, it'll probably never transition to another color. So, but it's up to you. I like to use a 2-minute time frame because that, if on a 2-minute time frame you get a nice solid wave, on the 5-minute, it was still pretty solid, but I'm using a 2-minute. But you have to get comfortable with whatever time frame you want. Okay, there's no video that's going to say, okay, you must use a 2-minute time frame or anything like that. Well, then I'd probably use a 2-minute time frame. But this is What the wave does for me, it prevents me from being, depends what you mean by a scalper, okay? I used to I never considered myself a scalper, but what I was always probably getting out of trades too quickly. You know, the minute I get some little upturn in something, I'd say, okay, I better get out. The wave has allowed me to keep in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to. Doesn't mean I wouldn't take some profit along the way if all of a sudden you get a little turn and maybe you get a candle that's in the middle of the wave and say, okay, maybe I'll take some off, but I won't get out of my entire position and just hold on and hold on and hold on until you get a transition to another to the blue if you're short. That's how I like to look at it. Okay. And it's got nothing to do with seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. If I happen to, if I happen to want to take a trade and happen to see a sell flag at the same time, sure. Okay. So that's how I use it. So you can try that. I just find it well, you're saying you love the wave, so I just find it's a tremendous visual aid. Okay. Okay, guys, it's now noon, so I will take a break. I'll put to 1 o'clock. Okay, my time, but I may be a little bit earlier. Oops. And again, for those of you who've been around for a while, normally somebody takes over for me in our YouTube room, but again, we're short staffed this week, so nobody's taking over for me. We'll be back to normal next week. Okay, so I'll probably earlier than one, but just in case. So I'll mute myself now in both rooms. When does this room run? Well, just so you know, Vito, there is another room before I take my break. Talking to Vito in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Notice if you scroll down a little bit, there's another room, the trading room. You're in our YouTube room. It's fine if you want to stay there, but if you're looking for more interaction amongst other traders, you can come into the trading room. There's a lot more action in this room. It's free, same thing. And this room, the trading room, is open at quarter to 7 Eastern time. I open YouTube at about 8:30. Again, a little bit different today. Okay, but this room is open at quarter to 7. Now, I don't open it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's a little early for me. But somebody else opens the room. I don't get on the mic until 9 for both rooms. But certainly this room, though, you can come in if depending on your time zone. You can come in at quarter to 7 Eastern time. There are lots of traders in the room. Okay, and then I go to depending on questions. Okay, I'll always stick around if there are questions, but I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. But this room, the trading room, is still open after I leave. Today it'll be open till 3:45. So typically this room will be open from quarter to 7 to 3:45 Eastern time. YouTube though, I have to shut it down completely when I leave. Okay? Okay, guys, so we'll see you in about an hour from now. Oh no. I think I might have accidentally shut down the room. Okay, just a minute. I accidentally shut the room down, I think. Yeah. Okay, just give me a moment. Not YouTube, but the other room. Well, when you say do the pre-market, I mean quarter to 7 is there are people, I mean that's quarter to 7 Eastern time. You talk about the pre-market. So I mean, you're talking about the market opening at 9:30. So yeah, there are people in the other room that I explained at 6:45 Eastern time. All right, sorry guys. I know in the main room I accidentally shut it down. Sometimes a problem when it's a browser based. I accidentally shut down the browser. So you guys can see me and hear my screen, right? Or you can see my screen and hear me, right? Again, we're back to normal. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, now we'll take my break. All right, guys, I'm back. And you know what, William? Now, don't choke on anything if you're eating something. I'm actually looking at SMX. I'm actually kind of looking at it. I know it's up 32%, but you know what? If it takes out 22, this could go on a bit of a roll. Obviously, the next high looking left is way up here, 46. It's a bunch of nonsense. I know that. We all know that. But, 32% now. You too, JTB. Somebody asked about how do you guys, are you still around 88505? How do you guys use Holly AI? Are you still around? It's really there's no right or wrong way to use it. I mean, it's a watch list. I actually did my video today on Lunar because Lunar. If you don't have, well, first of all, are you still around? 850. If you don't have the reentry price column, you're not using it to its fullest. Now, can I buy SMX? That's a good question. I at Interactive Brokers, nothing is. I have not bought it before, so I don't know if I can buy it. I mean, is it going to be one of those restricted ones trying to save us? It's okay. Thank you, Monica. So it's okay at Interactive Brokers. Thanks. Actually, that's not true. I did trade this one back in the 60s or 70s. I don't mean the year, but that's right. And there was no issue. Boy, look at Micron back up. It's right back up. What a tremendous from earnings. I mean, earnings, and it's just been straight up from earnings. I mean, that's a massive move, 8% with it already had the big move after earnings, and this is just another massive move. With that sort of a float, a billion in the float to move up 8.5%, and it's an all-time high now. Take a look at SMH again. If you're going to trade these semis, you want to take a look at SMH. Make sure it hasn't. No, it's. I mean, it's still had the pullback, but I don't know. Well, the story behind it, I mean, I don't know the story. Well, the semis are doing so Vito in our YouTube room. Well, the semis themselves are doing very well. Okay, so you can see this is the semi ETF, but specifically for Micron MU, whatever they came out with, they had earnings here. So the reaction was right there on the 18th. So you can see that yellow line. That was they had earnings after hours. So there's the reaction. And obviously, ever since earnings, I mean, the market is loving them. Okay. That's what we can say about Micron MU. And then not hurt at all today by the fact that all the semis are moving higher. Well, most of the semis, certainly Nvidia. But the difference between Nvidia and Micron today, Micron has been steadily up. This has been a little more choppy, but it's an all-time high. But it's all to do with earnings. Yeah, the Nvidia China news. Yeah, See what that news is exactly. I did see a headline on that. Then you've got billionaire Stanley Druckenmiller just went all in on AI. Doesn't mention Nvidia here, but shares of semiconductor and chip stocks are trading higher at the start of the new year. The industry may be gaining in response to upbeat sentiment. Also, yeah, well, the China news, I guess you're talking, ByteDance plans to spend $14 billion on NVIDIA AI chips in 2026. Yeah, that I can't help you with, Vito. Is there a good way to see rotation using ETFs in the new year? Now, we have if you're talking about the major, okay, if you click on new from our toolbar, I mean, I can't tell you what's rotating right now, but if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, this is what you're going to see. These are all theme based channels. And click on the show more. And then if you go down to sector status, click on the sector status. This is wrong. I know I've already indicated. We don't have money flow index if that's what you're talking about. So today, what's NLR? What are they? Uranium and wow, look at that. So I mean, you can take a look. These are some of the major sectors that we've got. Okay, in this sector status, so you can see that SMH is right at the top. Now, whether that's sector rotation or not, I mean, I can't tell you that on a more macro level. But you could always look at the charts and here are the different here are the sectors that we've got in this sector list. Okay, so if you were looking at we were looking at well, we there were some of the uranium stocks were really ripping this morning. UEC, DNN, Triple U, probably Cameco, but here's semis. But does that mean that tomorrow they're going to continue? No, I mean I don't know. So as far as sector rotation goes, I can't help you there. But this is an interesting way to look at energy. I mean, let's take a look at the energy XLE. I'm sorry, I want to look at XLE. I mean, energy has been pretty strong. I probably want to have a daily or a weekly or a monthly chart. So that's what I would do. I would take a look at these sort of sectors, put them on a weekly or a monthly and monthly chart just to see what's happening. I'll tell you one that has not been working well is consumer staples, XLP. Still, probably still under the 200-day moving average. This is the weakest sector. Well, are you talking about the top sector today, Vito? If you're talking about the top sector today, well, this is how you can do it. Now, unfortunately, we don't have every chart. Okay, so we don't have an NLR chart. But for instance, XLE, if you're looking at energy, okay. So if you're looking at energy, we don't have a not you could create your own. I don't know what stocks make up NLR. I mean, I'm sure all the big uranium companies. It'd be nice to have a chart of each one of these that we have in all these sectors. I'm going to make a suggestion. I don't know if they want to put them all here, but just a way to see them. But here's XLE energy. So if you went to XLE right now, here's the energy. So the top producing one today is Halliburton. Okay, Halliburton. 3.5% is up. COP. But if you're looking, look at this, and 95% of them are up today. Probably only one is down. So I would actually go down here and see, well, why is this one down? EQ2 is the only one in the energy sector that make up this list anyway. Well, are you hearing me? The problem is we don't have a chart we don't have an LR here. Okay. This is new. I haven't seen this one before in this list. They've been adding stocks. I'm going to actually ask them. But can you see what I'm doing with the major sectors? I mean, I always consider, energy, staples, utilities, materials, discretionary, financial. These are I think most people consider these the major sectors. I mean, we probably should have that SMH here, but here are some of the major sectors, and you can so very quickly, yeah, you can see the top one. You scroll to the bottom and you scroll to the top. You can see the top one, and you go to the bottom, you can see the worst one. Very quickly. And here's, technology, XLK, Micron, YDC, Western Digital, top stocks. But you know what? This is sort of mixed bag today, isn't it? Because 52% are up, 48% are down. So let's take a look at the worst one. Intuit, INTU, worst one in the sector. Adobe, so these ones, even though some of the ones in this XL and the technology sector are doing very well, these ones are not. So there's a very quick way to identify, with these ones anyway. Okay, you can do that every day. Well, I think I just explained it, Vito. I mean, if unfortunately we don't, I mean, the best sector that we've got here is NLR, but unfortunately we don't have NLR here. Okay. But so if you went down to, I can only show you the ones that we have as, I've actually asked them, I can see what they don't want to do. They don't want to have, no, I don't see a major problem, but they don't want to have all these different sectors that we've been adding. These are being added. In the old days, a couple of weeks ago, we only had these ones, financial, consumer discretionary, materials, etc. But they've been adding these different sectors now, which is great. Problem is, we can't see what stocks make up NLR as an example. Okay, so let's pretend tomorrow we wake up and XLE is the top performing sector. You would see it'd be right at the top. Okay. You just rank them, it'd be right at the top, and then you could go to XLE and see what the top. This is what you're asking. You could see what the top performing stock in XLE is. I'd also look at to see the worst one, just in case it's, I mean, it's down only 0.9%, but what if it was down 4% or something? I would want to see, well, let's take a look at that. Like, why is that down? Why is that the only stock that's negative in this sector? Maybe there's some terrible news or so that's what I would do. Okay. A moment. I mean, I do like the fact that they've added all these different sectors now because this did not. And again, just go to you know how to start this, right? Go to the docked channel bar. Click on the new. Go to dock, not channel bar, but dock channel bar. You're going to have to click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels. Show more, and then sector status, and that's what you'll get. So, I mean, if that's the sort of trader, if you, yeah, I should show this every single day because there are going to be traders out there, not necessarily you, but others that would only do this all day long. Just this. Just concentrate, as you say, in the top sector and maybe the top stocks in the top sector. Now, the problem is when you load it, okay, it's stuck at the day before. And I've asked them, I mean, you're going to have to go to time frame so you have to right click, go to time frame and click on live always because that was stuck on the day before. It's the only one. They're all the other ones. They're current. You can see the time, 12:59. This is all times Eastern. I wouldn't. I don't really look at it. I don't do that, Vito. I really try to find stocks that are these sort of abnormally trading stocks and either large cap. I don't look at the sectors too much, so I wouldn't do anything more. I mean, I really wouldn't do anything more. I mean, I don't see what more you could do. I mean, unless you want to start looking at fundamentals and all, but if you're trading intraday, you don't care that much about fundamentals. Maybe just check to see if there's any news specifically. Okay. I would always check to see if okay, I do not see this channel in my TI change from open. Okay. So are you clicking on new add? I'm talking to you, add, and dock channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. Okay. Docked channel bar. Yes, APLD is on fire. They have earnings next week. I don't know if that's the reason. They had the news last week about doing some kind of a partnership deal with this EKSO, but EKSO is just tanking. Last time I looked, it was down 10%. So this is, they have earnings next week. So I don't know if it's the shares of crypto related companies are trading higher amid ongoing volatility in the price of Bitcoin. So now the other one we do have, I don't know what it's going to look like though. Dock channel bar. I just want to see. Has some other ETF racing. I want to see what this looks like. I think we have a lot of sectors in here also. ETF. Who's moving down? Okay, here's some more ETFs. Okay, sectors, if you will. Yeah, this is not. I mean, these are not major, but yeah, there's a ton of them in here. I haven't looked at this at all, so I mean, I'd probably just, I would not overcomplicate it. I would probably just take a look at the sector status and, you know, follow that for a few days and see what you think. Oh, well, I mean, it's going to give you exactly what you're looking for, the top sector, and then you can find the top stock in the top sector. Well, I didn't take the SMX. I'm looking for a 22 break just in case. It'll be a just in case. No, this was not a $66,000 stock, but reverse split adjusted, and I'm sure it'll even be more. Yeah, this was not a $20 million stock or $29 million. I like the races, Vito. I mean, I'm sharing. Maybe you don't know this. I'm sharing. I like the races, and I like the gap continuation or reversal. That's what I like. But I'm sharing all these, so you can take a look at them. I have to go over my homepage right now. So if you're looking for what I'm sharing, you just click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, and scans. Okay, so this is what I'm currently sharing. Sharing this race, a large cap race right here. This is a more volatile race. It has no, it's wide open. I don't have any cap restrictions, minimum or float minimum. So it's wide open. Typically, you're not going to see stocks. You can see some stocks that are up 5, 8, 10%. You're not going to see that here because it's a large cap. So these are the two races that I'm sharing. If you want, I'll go over races again. I should do it twice a day. I think it's a really good idea because it creates a top 10 list for you to concentrate on all day long. So I'll go over the concept of racing quickly. But I've got other scans that this is pre-market act as up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. And this is not so much a scan, it's more information, halts and resumes right there. And then the gap continuation or reversal scan, that's the other one that I use. So I use these two and that one to give me ideas. I do have other scans. I don't have them open, but that's not to say that I won't have a momentum scan or the Pepe combo scan open 2, 3 weeks from now. Maybe I get tired of one race. I don't know. Oh, I should have gone over a few other things on my homepage though. So again, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can do so using my promo code. If you want to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 28% off. All the other ones, a standard annual or the monthly subscriptions, both in premium and standard, you'll get 25% off. Remember, if you take out a monthly subscription and you use the 25% off, it's good for the first month only. After that, you'll be paying the normal rate. Okay. Okay. Just let me continue on this just for a moment, Vito. Okay. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do is the education, go down to the education section and getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay. Mandatory you do this. This is 12 short videos that'll get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you're wondering what the product, maybe is this a right fit for you or not? I would start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you want to try it for at least a month. Okay. You just go for a month. It's not a long-term commitment. If you don't like it, just tell us within the month and say, okay, we'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free series of videos, or 15 of them, if you're new to trading. And I forgot to do one thing. You've clicked on my homepage link and you can scroll down a little bit more. You can get the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And I've already gone over my scan. So can I explain BNAI? You mean, why is it up? It's a low float, 3.6 million in the float. I don't know if there's any news on it today. Yeah, I mean, there's your news. Okay. Following the announcement of a $250,000 AI contract with global advertising agency. Okay. I mean, that's your news for the day. Now, whether you think that should have popped the stock 71%, no, but it doesn't really matter what we think. It is. It just is. Now, if you don't want to see low float, okay, if you don't want to see low float stocks, then you could look at you just add large cap. Now it depends. I used to think anything under 20 million was a low float stock. I mean, now we're starting to see stocks with less than a million, many of them, and that's crazy low float. So I mean, if you don't want to see low float stocks, you might want to put 100 million as a minimum, for 50 million. That's what I've got here. Okay, 50 million minimum in the float, also half a billion market cap. So that's why you're not seeing, you can call these junky, but junky can really, you get some really volatile moves. All depends on your appetite for risk. Yeah, I mean, you can add the short float interest. I mean, here in WOK, I mean, it's low float, 1.22 million, not a crazy high short float interest. Again, it's trial and error. Some people might first of all, depends on what you trade. I'm just talking in general, not necessarily you, Vito. But I mean, if a person is used to trading Apple, I always pick on Apple. And Apple has 14 billion shares in the float. Well, you might think 100 million shares is a low float. Okay. If you're used to trading like these large market cap stocks with lots and lots, I mean, that's the float. I mean, there's going to be a few more in the shares outstanding, but if you're used to trading these sort of stocks with that sort of a float, then you would think 100 million would be very low. So it really depends on what you're used to trading. That's why there's no flat definition of what is a low float, because it really depends on what you're used to trading. I used to always say 20 million and under because I was never trading, the Apples and the Googles and the Amazons anyway. But really depends on what you're used to trading. Another low float stock, 4.3 million in the float. Very low short float percent though, 0.7. So you don't need, doesn't have to be a high short float percent for a stock to be up 211%. I mean, it's crazy that this is happening to this, but That's what it is. I don't know. We couldn't even find any news on it. Couldn't find any news on this one whatsoever. So yeah, here's a case in which low float, but it's not low. It's not a high short float interest, and no news that we can find. There's got to be something somewhere, you would think, but could not find anything. Here's my headline news and Interactive Brokers, nothing there. And William in the main room, he said couldn't find anything. Sometimes you can drive yourself crazy saying, "Well, why is this up?" Just have to accept it. But you can see the uranium plays. Remember the whatever it was, NRL. That was the best sector. I mean, there's some uranium plays, NXE, DNN, URG. You can see these are all stocks that are uranium. The metals, though, I don't know if this is just an anomaly, though. But Coeur d'Alene, Coeur Mining, but it used to be called Coeur d'Alene, I believe. But boy, Micron is still super strong. Still at the high of the day, basically at the high of the day. MU. IRWD seems to be stuck now between the VWAP and $4. IRWD. There's the VWAP. Wow, the VWAP really increased. I thought it was a lot. Oh no, no, it was always around 480. Got up to 450. There's the HAL. Remember the HAL, Vito? This was the top performing energy company. HAL, Halliburton. So the definition, volume weighted average price. So the price in which there's a lot of volume, okay, or most like where a lot of volume was, and that number will change over the course of the day. So imagine if a stock had a pop up to, this one popped up to $35 just for on one share. Obviously, not that. It really doesn't matter. I mean, one share if a stock popped up, but if you had a lot of action at a certain price, and so the idea, how some people use the VWAP as support and resistance. So, for instance, if Halliburton fell into this, a lot of people who are VWAP type players, they'll say, okay, will that act as support, like as support and bounce off it? But if it takes it out, if it moves down below it, then it might turn into a decent short. Same thing on the way up. If you're going long something underneath the VWAP, like when we were looking at the IRWD. Okay, so here's the VWAP way above it. It got kind of close. You can see on that move up, it got kind of close to it, but not really. But had it kept moving up and up and up into the VWAP area, that could have acted as resistance to move higher. Okay, that's how most people look at the VWAP, as a potential support or resistance area. The average price where the majority of volume was. No, no, no. The VWAP is not an add-on. No, it's part of our, to get the line on your chart. No, it's just an indicator here. If you right click and go to your indicators, you can see. Now, this might look a little different depending on the version of trade ideas you've got, but if you just scroll down, you see VWAP and you can assign the color to it. I've got purple. But not everybody uses the VWAP. I'm not a big technical indicator guy. The only two I really have on my charts have the VWAP and I have the 200-day moving average on my daily chart, and that's it. There are other people that have a lot more on their charts, and I would never say don't. If you can use a lot of indicators, RSI, MACD, stochastics, etc., and you're finding a way to make money doing it, great. That's I'm not talking in general. Just because I don't do something doesn't mean you guys shouldn't. So this APLD is still, I mean, here's your daily chart, and the next high is still that room, almost a dollar to the next high. Not saying it's going to get there, but I wonder if SMR and the rest of the nukes can put together 2 days, 2 or 3 days. I mean, this has just been a completely and utterly beaten up sector. Reddit, good move. Okay, let's take a look at Reddit. I don't know, it had a massive pullback from the highs. I don't know what it's doing right now. I don't mean today it had the massive pullback, but yeah, I mean, this hit a high a few months ago of 284 and a pullback down to 173. So, I mean, the best you can see right now, I don't have to get this daily chart just a little more. Yeah, I mean, there's really no direction in my opinion, not yet anyway. It's kind of churning around here. Weekly chart, maybe a case to be made that on the weekly, it looks like it's trying to find a base. But are you talking about intraday, Ritman, or just? I mean, the wave has been pretty strong in the 5. Looks like it's trying to make, but you see, you got to sell, you got to buy, you got to buy. Maybe it's trying to curl up for day trading. Maybe it's trying to curl up. This is for me though, it's way outside the price range for me personally that I like to trade. How are you going to trade it? You're going to trade options, or because it's got a big float, 133 million. I'm sure there got to be some crypto bulls out there that are saying that crypto has finally had maybe a bottom at the 85,000 level in that area. I mean, it's at 90,000 now. Okay, Eric, in our YouTube room, well, you have to enable them. Okay, you do have to enable them. Now, it depends on the time frame you're using. Okay, because on a two, well, okay, on Reddit, I can see that I have a smart stop there. It depends on the time frame you're using because sometimes it will be outside the time frame, like it could be down below. Give me an example, but do you know you've got them? Oh, you had the chart too small. Okay. I was just going to say you might have to get your chart bigger because I wanted to make sure you had them enacted or enabled, but you obviously did. Properties and then show smart risk levels. Ah, the two-time ETF. Okay. Okay. In terms of trading Reddit. What do I like to trade? In this particular one, it's 10 to 70, and in this particular one, it's 1 to 50. I rarely trade anything over $70. Just a personal preference, and I never trade anything under a dollar. Again, just a personal preference. Doesn't mean there are some fantastic under dollar moves, but it's just something I just don't do. A question in the YouTube room. Give me one moment. Okay, guys, what is that SMX doing? I know it's not at 22 because I have a price alert set at 22 and it didn't take it out. Yeah, so a pretty big pullback now. Look at that float though, 1 million in the float. You know there are traders just looking at this and going, man, pretty brutal sell off from almost $500 down to 27, 23. All right, guys. Well, I have maybe a little more than half an hour left, unless there are questions. So if you have questions, good time to ask. But the main room will be open till 3:45, even when I leave. Yeah, yeah, craziness. It was up almost to $500. Yeah, I think this is another uranium play, NXE. Shares of energy and nuclear stocks are trading higher. Strength may be in response to investor optimism about how increasing adoption of AI technology has placed a higher priority on energy production and data centers. So there you go. Is there no screen share in the main chat? Are you talking about in the YouTube room, Tahoe? In the room that you just posted that in? You cannot post anything, no. But are you talking about not being able to see my screen? You should be seeing my screen. Yeah, I see it. You should be able to see my screen if that's what you're talking about. Okay, so when you say the chat room, are you talking about the YouTube room you're in or the other trading room? Oh, in here. Ah, there's screen sharing. You mean seeing my screen, or you're wanting to put something, put a post in, like a link in? But I'm sharing my screen in YouTube. Yes, I can see it. I can see it right here. Okay, so I am definitely sharing my screen. Okay, well, I'm maybe have to, I don't know, reboot or something because I'm definitely, unless others in YouTube are going to say they can't see my screen, but I just showed that it, according to the program I'm on, there it is. That's what you guys should be seeing. Okay, not YouTube. So you're talking about this room, what I call the main room. If you can't see my screen, if you can't see my screen, then you might have to do a refresh. You're not talking YouTube. You're talking about the, I call it the main room. So the only way I trade halts. I have a question about how do you trade halts? Well, must be your browser. It could be your browser. Just do a refresh or something. Okay. I haven't had anybody else. I mean, it is definitely working. Most people can see my screen in both rooms. So, okay. So a stock. This is a very simple definition. The question is, why does a stock get halted? How do you play a halt, et cetera, et cetera? Notice it says volatility. Okay. So a simple definition of why stock gets halted is that the stock moved too fast in a short period of time. Okay. Well, I'm definitely presenting. Okay. I'm definitely presenting. Maybe come back in. Now, I had a problem earlier. I accidentally shut down the room. Okay. You're talking about this room, right? You're talking about this. I accidentally shut it down and I restarted. So maybe that's the issue. But I'm definitely presenting and nobody's saying they can't see my screen. So anyway, a volatility halt, I mean, a simple definition is a stock moved up too quickly in a short period of time. A computer program kicks in and it halts the stock. And it usually is for a 5-minute halt. You can see that that was exactly a 5-minute halt. ASBC was halted at 12:38 plus 18 seconds, and it opened exactly 5 minutes later. Okay. So that's number one. I would say that at least 90% of the time they are 5-minute halts. If it's not a 5-minute halt, is a multiple of five. So it could be 10. But I would say that most, okay. Yeah, it's a circuit breaker. Yeah. Now, the only way I play halts and resumes is the, this is too late for me now, but We usually see a lot of them right off the bat. Like, could see a lot right at 9:30, talking Eastern time. You do, and there are no volatility halts in the pre-market. Okay, only between 9:30 and 4 Eastern time. So sometimes what I'll do is, if a stock gets halted and it's the first halt of the day, sometimes stocks look at LVRO, got halted how many times? I'm not even going to count them, but I mean so many times. So let's say LVRO got halted at 108, okay, for the first halt. I watch to see how it opens. If it opens a little bit below the 108, or even if it opens a little bit above the 108, but then comes back down through the halt price and then pops through it. So let me make it a little more clear. So it's halted at 108. Let's say when it comes out of the halt, it opens a little bit below 108, maybe 102, 101, and then it pops right through the 108. That is sometimes where I'll take that trade. Okay. Or if it opened just a little bit above the 108 and then came down through the 108 and then popped through it again, sometimes I'll take that trade. That's the only time. I will not chase, the stock. So if it was halted at 108 and open at 120, well, bye. I'm not taking it. That's how I do it. I mean, others can have completely different ways. There's no right or wrong way. And that's only after seeing many, many, many halts and resumes over several years that I sort of noticed at the first halt. If it happened on the first halt, I've been able to do not badly, but a lot of times, but you don't see it happen that often. Usually the first halt of the day, usually it opens above it and keeps going. But doesn't mean that you just take it then because it's going to keep going, because there's there's no guarantee that's going to happen. Okay. Well, it could happen at 9:30. I mean, you do get a lot right on the market open because all of a sudden the stock gets super volatile right when the market opens, especially these low. This is, a low floater. Usually, I mean, look at this ESPC. I mean, this is a crazy low float, 500,000 in the float. It's usually that because because a large cap stock typically cannot move so in such a volatile way. You will get downside. You will get downside, sir. I mean, you probably see more on the upside, but you definitely see downside ones. I can tell you right here, LVRO was halted on the way down before, but I mean, but I would say the majority are probably upside, but you certainly do get some downside ones. PRZO is trading sideways on the 2 minute. Okay, PRZO. You're right. Is really trading. So trading higher after the company announced it received its first purchase order for its Defender counter unmanned. So it's a drone play. Okay, I guess it's a drone play, right? Yeah, drone play. Well, I mean, like anything else, we don't know which way it's going, right? The only way I would take a position would have to break out on volume. Look at the volume. It's putrid right now, right? No, it's got nothing to do with the float, Vito. Okay, I mean, a large cap stock could, in theory, have a big could be a volatility halt. Also, it's just that it's rare. But some large cap stock, Amazon says they're going to buy Google. I mean, I mean, so it's not a function of the float. It just is, though, that for a stock to move very quickly, usually the float is small. So yeah, I mean, this is, here's 124 up here. I'd probably wait for a high of the day break if I were really, interested in it. It's not that far away. I mean, it's only 6 cents away from the high of the day. But even then, though, even if it took out the high of the day, I mean, when you look left, unusual tech, when you look left, there's all these little areas that could stall. Yeah, I mean, if let's say all this wasn't here, okay? Let's say the next high, if I look left, was say 2, okay? And it broke out. But if it doesn't break out on volume, you can barely see the volume here. And again, we're not talking about the absolute volume. I'm talking about a bar that's going to stand out again. But look, I mean, there's nothing standing out at all. That's why it's consolidating. There's nothing happening on the 5 or the 2. And that, a lot of people get nailed on fake what I guess we'll call a false breakout. You see a stock and it pops up, yay, and then comes right back down again. And you think, well, why did that happen? And you look at the volume and it's nothing there. Net Trader, I've just discovered TWAP and POV. No, I have never tried them out. I don't think we have either one of them, so I've never tried them out. And Happy New Year to you too, a Net Trader or Net Trade. Well, Vito, if you're an intraday trader, it's really not it's not so much about the float, okay? It's about the relative volume. That's our probably our key filter. The relative volume you see right there is 43. I mean, that's huge for para zero, huge. Okay. The relative volume, what that 43 means, it's trading 43 times normal up to this time of day. Even though the volume is well, look at that. Just as we're talking. So now we've had a pop on some volume. But again, I don't like it because of all this to the left. I think it could stall easily. So it's more the relative volume. If you're an intraday trader, you want to see a minimum volume. I don't know. Some people want to have 500,000 shares, 200,000 shares, 300,000 shares as a minimum, but it's the relative volume that is key. And some of my scans, I have 20 as my relative volume. So they're really trading abnormally. So it's got not as much to do with the float as is, let's take a look. I can't always pick on Apple, but look at Apple today. I mean, actually for Apple, it's trading a little abnormally. For Apple, it's trading 1.2 times normal. But rarely are you going to see Apple trading 2 or 3 or 4 times normal, unless it may be on an earnings day. And it's not, you can see right off the bat, it's not the volume. I mean, 21 million shares, that seems like people say, well, that's a lot of volume. Well, is it? Well, today it's not bad because that's 1.2 times normal. Let's take a look at Amazon, just out of curiosity. I'm just picking some big, even Amazon is actually trading. I mean, it's actually moving down. For Amazon, that's, it's 1.7 times normal. 34 million shares, that represents 1.7 times normal. That's what you should be, in my opinion, if you're an intraday trader. You want to be looking at the relative volume because, again, people say, well, I only want to trade stocks that trade 1 million shares a day or trading 1 million shares. Yeah, but what if 1 million shares is half normal? What if it normally trades 2 million by that time of the day? Well, I can just hover over the candle and see what the volume is. But you could just look at the volume bars. You just look at the volume bars, you know, and you can tell if something is happening out of the ordinary. We do have one of my scans, the momentum scan. The volume in the last minute has to be 1,000% of normal. So, and that's what it does is it looks back on 1 minute volume candles or the 1 minute volume and it compares it and so it would have to be like 1,000 times normal, and that's in my momentum scan. I don't have that up and running right now, but yeah, so you can take a look at my momentum scan then, Vito, if you want. Just go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and scroll down, middle section right here, and the momentum scan. You can take a look at that. This is usually a stock that is moving higher on momentum. Yeah, you cannot. It's yeah. That's it would the stocks that are moving so quick. I mean, if it's going to require that you phone in and make sure that you're the account holder and all that, it's way too late. Talking to our somebody in our main room. Well, what you're seeing right here, Vito, what you're seeing, the races take up most of my attention. Hopefully next week I'll be back more to normal in terms of my attention. Okay, but yeah, I mean these are because now this creates a top 10 list for me. I can take a look at any one of these stocks and see, okay, is this starting to set up? You know, I mean that, and here these are the large cap ones. Are they starting to set up? You know, a stock that has won a race before. So this if you're looking for volatile stocks, this is a good list of stocks. If you're looking for large cap stocks, this is not a bad list of stocks. And so you could just focus on these ones all day long. Never mind anything else. This is pretty ugly. Oof, this is an ugly looking chart though on the 2 minute. Doesn't so just because the stock, I click on it, I don't know what I'm going to see. So just because the stock's in this list doesn't make it okay. I'm going to trade it immediately. Exactly, Vito. I look at the what sort of room it has. DFLI. I mean, I mean, you can see on a 5 minute chart, it's just consolidating in a big way. But when I look left, what do I see? I see the next high is at 411. The stock's at 388 right now. For me, there's not enough room for it to move before it might hit that high or the whole number. So I don't take that trade. So that's why I'm always looking left to see where a stock could go until it hits the next high on a daily chart. If I can't see it on a daily chart, then I go to a weekly. And if I don't see it on a weekly, I go to a monthly. So I have to see enough room for the stock to run before it hits the next high. Then it becomes something I will contemplate. I'm sizing this up pretty quickly. Well, if DFLI didn't have that, and I see the way it's consolidating, if it took out the high of the day, which is not that far away, it's consolidating just under the high of the day, and it took it out on volume, okay, and it had all that room, I'd probably take the trade. I'm not a huge pullback player. I'm trying to become a little bit better. But another one, if it came back into the VWAP, looked like it was holding, acting as support, maybe popping off it. If there's no overhead, even better. I mean, like MU is if there's no chart resistance whatsoever. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going to infinity, of course, but there's no chart resistance whatsoever. It's an all-time high, right? That's an all-time high. So right now we're talking, it's an all-time high. Are you talking about the gap reversal? Harpreet, are you talking about the gap reversal? I mean this? Fairly active today. These are the only stocks that have come through. A lot of times you won't get that many, which is fine. So there's no best way, Vito. I mean, it's the way I do it. Okay. I mean, the way I trade or look at things, looking left, is that the best way? Some people think, it doesn't matter. I just the way this is what I do. I think the best way is to figure out, a trading style that you like. I mean, I like to see stocks near the high of the day or low of the day if I'm shorting. A lot of people think they don't like that at all. They'd rather see it pull back into the VWAP, or maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like to see the stock pull back to, and then see if it holds, and then take the trade from there. It's it's not the fact I don't do it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that I have not been as successful doing it that way than seeing stocks near the high, consolidating and then popping through. That's all that means. Okay. The smart risk it shouldn't be flickering. It really shouldn't be flickering because the smart risk level. Um, I used to say it was based on the volatility of 15-minute candles and the high and the low of the day. There might be another type of a definition. I don't know if it's, in fact, Pepe, you probably know, right? Didn't they come up with another definition of the smart risk? No, originally it used to be, I think, the volatility of 15-minute candles, a high and the low of the day. But I think there is another definition now. Hmm. The stream is not over. So, guys, are more people having problems in the main room seeing my screen? The only thing I can think of, Charlie, is that a while back I accidentally stopped the stream and I had to start a new one. Okay, that's the only thing I can think of, and that you're cached in the old one. So what I would do is just do a refresh if you can hear me, but maybe you don't hear me. But it shouldn't be flickering. I wouldn't think that it's flickers. I have a feeling it's because I had to stop I accidentally stopped the main room streaming, and maybe people were still stuck on the. I don't know. But that doesn't make sense because then you're in the room, and the room accidentally was shut down. So you're in the room to ask the question. So I don't know. But probably just do. But if you can't hear me, hopefully you saw what I posted. Just do a refresh if you can hear me. So Harpreet, you didn't mean you got the link. You know how to load the link for it. You just wanted to see what it looked like today. It's not that you need the link for this, right? Oh, you need the link. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you were right then, Tony DJ. I thought you just wanted to see what it looked like. I'm not. I don't. Okay, just give me a moment and just get the link for you. Yeah, I'll explain it, Vito. Just give me a moment. So again, if you want it, you can just click on my homepage link, scroll down. Oops. And here it is. Okay, the gap continuation or reversal. So now this is what it'll look like for you guys. Okay, and I have, excuse me, I have a variation of it that is the don't repeat. I call it don't repeat. I only want to see the symbol the first time it made the alert. I can show you guys how to create that if you want, but this is what you're going to see. So in other words, you see that CDE every time it made a new low, you'll see it, see it, see it, see it. This is the first time of the alert. Tremendous alert. 10:04, 18:01, and now it's at 16:94. Okay, this is on a short. So what is it? So this is a multi. This is what we call a multi-strategy window. That's why there's an M in the upper left-hand corner as opposed to an A for an alert window. Okay, these are races. So in a multi-strategy window, typically the use of a multi-strategy window is because you don't have a lot of screen space. I have maybe you've only got one monitor. That's not the issue for me. I've got three big monitors, but so let's say you have, three alert windows on your monitor and you want to put them into one screen. So that's how you can do it. You can create what we call a multi-strategy window. In this one, the way sometimes what I like to do though is for similar scans, these are all gap scans. Okay, I'll put it into one window. So here they are. Right click, strategies. Here they are. So I've got four of them: a gap up and go, a gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So a gap up and go is a stock, and there are other filters in place. I'll just show you what it looks like. See, this is just an individual alert window. Those are all just individual alert windows that I put in here. So in this gap up and go scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $60, minimum 300,000 shares. So the open has to be the first print of the day, the first trade of the day has to be at least 50 cents above yesterday's close. And that has to also be at least 4% above yesterday's close. So this is a gap. Okay. And I delay it for 15 minutes. I don't mean this is like you're getting real-time alerts, but I don't want to see at 9:30 when the market opening 9:30, you can get a lot of stocks gapping up and down, up and down, up and down. Okay. Like they gap up and they come back down and gap up again, come back down. So I personally like to delay seeing the first alert until 9:45. So that's what that does. You get a real-time alert then if it happens, but I just don't want to see the action between 9:30 and 9:45. It can be too frantic. So anyway, this is what it looks like. So if a stock meets those filter requirements and at the time of the alert it's making a new high of the day, that's when we get the alert. Now, so that's a gap up and go. Now, it doesn't mean that when you get the alert, it's going to keep moving higher and higher and higher. It's just at the time of the alert, it met all the filter requirements and made a new high. You can see NNE is continuing to make a new high here. Okay, so that's a gap up and go. A gap up and reverse is just what it sounds like, a stock that gapped up and then started to reverse. Okay, you gap down and reverse, stock that gapped down and then started to reverse. And then the gap down and go was a stock that gapped down and then it kept moving down. Again, it doesn't mean that when you get the alert that it's going to continue in the direction of when of the alert. I mean, it doesn't. So a gap up and reverse doesn't mean it's going to continue to reverse. It just means it was reversing at the time of the alert. And now you can take a look at it and say, wow, okay, this is really starting to reverse. It's got room underneath for it to keep moving down. Sure. Is the market on my side? Is the market reversing? That's another key ingredient. Is the market also reversing? If you're trying to play a gap down and reverse, but the market is moving down, you're going to probably struggle. Okay, so that's the idea behind the gap scanners, the gap scans. Okay, thank you. Good, Charlie. Can you review the video? If you go to our notes, Pepe, I never save it. I wonder if I saved it this time. Where you can go see the I mean, understand that you'd have to timestamp it, you have to know kinda where it is, because I mean, I start recording at, 9 o'clock. You can't hear me anymore, interesting. Well, I don't know what to, haven't changed anything. Haven't changed anything, the mics are on, everything's on. Thank you, Develop. So, it's gotta be on your end. Thank you, Develop. Thank you, Pepe. So there's where you can go if you wanna see the stream again, but remember now, if you I don't know if you can hear me now, but it's a long video. Am I ever using the 50-day moving average? Never. Doesn't mean you shouldn't or anybody else, but I don't. I'm not a big indicator guy. 200-day moving average and the VWAP. That's it for me. But listen, very popular. The 20, the 50. I know they're very popular. When I started out, I had everything on my I had MACDs, RSI, stochastics, you name it. I had it on my chart, and it was just overwhelming for me. Do I ever use? Never. No, Bollinger Band, I even tried that. I know you use it all the time. But, now having said that about indicators, I mean, the trade wave is kind of based on indicators. So I suppose that could be the exception. Really? Bollinger Band has not worked for you in a while. Interesting. Nothing. Faith, nothing. Not the Golden Cross. Again, and that's more of a daily, a daily pattern, right? No, I'm just I look, I tried everything. and and again, because I don't do something doesn't mean that, you or anybody else listening to this shouldn't do it. People ask me all the time, do I use level 2? Do I look at no. I don't, do I care? I don't use it. But if a person uses level 2 and it works for them, keep doing it. Keep it very simple. I've simplified my the only thing I've added, if you call it adding, is this trade wave to give me a better visual presentation of being able to keep in a trade longer. That's the only thing. Yeah. So I posted the link. Okay. YouTube.com at trade-ideas.com or trade-ideas or trade ideas streams. Okay. But it's a long video. I mean, most days I'm going, it's going from 9 to 9 a.m. Eastern time to, well, right now we're at 2 o'clock. So you're talking about a long video. Well, there you go. Develop 3628 says uses the MACD and it helps him a lot. He calls it his money indicator and fabulous. Another boy, I'm going to really interested to know if these nukes have a second day continuation. Here's another, here's, I'm sorry, that's not what I was saying. I was thinking LTBR. Pepe's favorite stock, Celsius, CELH. Go, go. Wow, it's had a great run. Sorry, 40 to 48. Nice run. How beautiful, too. How absolutely beautiful. I would not have seen this in most of my scans because, the relative volume is too low, 1.37. And so people might say, well, why wouldn't you lower the relative volume so you could see a stock like this? You're absolutely right. I would see this stock, but I might see 20 others that don't do this. Okay. So, yeah, I'm always going to miss stocks like this because of the relative volume being too low for me. But that is so beautiful, though, when you look at it. Even on a 2-minute chart, look how beautiful. Narrow wave. The only time it broke was, well, a couple times, but very narrow wave, never turning orange. Fantastic. But I wouldn't see it because of the relative volume is too low. Does it bother me? No. I mean, we have plenty of others to take a look at. And again, reducing the relative volume could introduce 20 or 30 other stocks that don't do this. Well, without trying to sound flip, CGR, there's no average time. I don't go into a trade thinking I'm in it for a second or a minute or 5 minutes. TradeWave has helped me keep in a trade longer and longer and longer. Okay, so I rely on TradeWave to keep me in the trade. Okay, it's not days though. I'm not a swing trader, so it's not days. But if I had been fortunate enough to take this trade down here, what time was that? 10:40. It'd still be in there. Maybe I take off something right here, but I'd still be in this trade as an example. Okay, there's no reason to get out. So I'm not saying, okay, I'm only gonna take a trade for 1 minute, 5 minutes, an hour. I don't have a time period. Trade Wave is helping me to keep in a trade a lot longer. Well, when you say accurate, I mean, obviously the lower the time frame you go, the more volatile it's going to be. Okay, it's that simple. On a if I looked at a 30-minute chart, trying to see another, 30-minute chart, you probably never get an orange. Okay, but where are you going to put a stop? Your stop is probably going to be a lot further away. So the 2-minute chart, I mean, this is a unique one because it's so narrow. Even though, so it didn't give you really no reason to get out of the trade at all. Maybe right there on a little bit of a, depending where you got into the trade, maybe right there as it tried to poke down a little bit. But you just have to get comfortable with the time frame. I mean, I look at a 5-minute chart. I mean, this is beautiful too. But sometimes you'll look at a 2-minute chart and it'll be really choppy. You look at a 5 and it'll be a lot smoother. I mean, that's the way, most candles will look too. The lower the time frame, you can have a lot more volatility. So it's hard for me to say yes, it's more accurate on a 2. It'll get you in earlier probably, but it might be more volatile. Oh, so there wasn't really a question unusual. It was just I looked at it. I thought it was just a statement. It wasn't really a question, right? It was just a statement about your having more monitors now. Oh, it was a question. It wasn't. I got external monitors over Christmas. I want to keep it clean, still not too crazy. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. But any ideas on layouts? I like to glance and go. Right now, I have 3 charts, D5 and 1, my stock race from Green Day, AIs. Well, do you actually have a layout that you're using? I mean, this is my layout that you can see, right? This is my layout. So, I mean, your layout might, you may not, all depends on your style of trading, of course, but your layout may not be what I have. So I wouldn't say, well, here's my suggestion. You should use this layout, right? Because just because I like this doesn't mean you're going to like it. As far as the timeframes are concerned, I mean, I like to have the weekly, daily, monthly because I'm always looking left, looking left, looking left, and my 2 intraday are 2 and 5. But some might go 5 and 15. Some might go 5 and 30. I mean, really, it's kind of a personal preference. I've just decided 2 and 5 work the best for me. Oh, I see. Yeah, Interactive Brokers. Yeah, well, obviously my trading platform, Interactive Brokers, is on my other one of my other monitors. I also so I've got 3 32-inch monitors, okay? 4K monitors. So this is the one you can see. On my one of my other monitors, I have several thumbnailed charts of charts that I might want to keep an eye on all day long. Okay? That's what I do. I've got, I think, 8 of them. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I've got 8. I think I have 8 thumbnail charts. So how do I determine what I'm going to thumbnail? Well, a lot of it is, what I'm seeing in the pre-market. So tomorrow, when I open up Trade Ideas, I will see the same thumbnail charts and I'll see, okay, is there anything interesting going on the ones that I looked at the day before? If not, if not, then I'll go and replace some of them anyway with today's stocks that are kind of moving, like IRWD. I have a thumbnailed as an example. And guys, if you don't know what I mean by thumbnail chart, we're just talking about a small chart, like a small chart. So if I took this chart because I'm going to have maybe 8 of them, and just make it a small size. That's what I call a thumbnail chart. Okay. I might have 8 of these, all different symbols, of course. So at a glance, when things get a little not boring, but at a glance, I'll just take a look at some of the charts and see if there's anything interesting happening. So that's on one monitor, and certainly on my other monitor, I have my Interactive Brokers trading platform and a few other things. I mean, I've got a spy chart, on my other monitor, a big spy chart. I think TradeWave is a great visual help to keep you into trade a lot longer. I know I say that every single day, but I just think it really can help you keep in a trade a lot longer than you ever used to. Then, well, certainly for me. Now, as far as unusual tech. I mean, obviously you can use our charts, but if you were looking, yeah, I don't know what service you've got. The standard service you can have 10 charts. On our premium service you can have 20. But of course, there's nothing stopping you from using your broker's charts. Okay. The only problem, well, if you call it a problem, is that you can't have you can't put the trade wave or anything like that. I mean, I'm not saying we're the only ones that have trade wave, but if all you care about is just seeing a chart without anything else, just wanted to see what the action is, yeah, you can use your broker's charts. But if you have premium, then obviously you have enough charts available. And so you know what to do. I mean, if you what I would do is I would take your chart. If you want to thumbnail our charts, take your chart with all the indicators that you want on all your charts, and then just so if you want, if that's the way you want your volume presentation, and you want the VWAP, and you want the trade wave, then you just right click and duplicate it. Okay, just duplicate it. Then I would size it to where you want, and then duplicate that. When you get the size you want, probably you're going to have the same size every thumbnail chart. And then just duplicate that as many times as you want. Well, to how many thumbnail charts you want. So you don't have to do. So you don't have to go obviously and duplicate everything, all the things you want on every chart. And the only other thing, make sure that you go to properties and uncheck the symbol linking. Okay, because you don't want the symbol to change, or you don't want the chart to change when you click on a symbol. So you just want to uncheck the symbol linking, like what I've done here in the spy chart, right? I mean, obviously, when I click on a symbol, galaxy, it's going to change here in all my time frames, but not here because I've unchecked symbol linking. So you see, guys, if you ask me questions, I'll always stay later. I'm hoping next year. I mean, I don't mind staying later. It's just that I hate hanging around if there are no questions. I can do some things on my own. I think people, I would hope, I just hope that people use this as a support room also. I have it on my other monitor. I have it on my other monitor. It's just that I didn't want to overload the main monitor with too many different, and I decided that I thought that for a lot of people, the races is something that I think is really good for people, especially if you're starting out. But even if you're not starting out, because it develops that top 10 list for you and gives you something to focus on rather than clicking on all sorts of symbols all day long. So it's sort of a matter of, we're using the room, of course, to promote the product. And I thought that that might be as good a way as any, but I still have it on my other monitor. See, here's a real late one. I mean, normally you don't get these so late. This is a gap down and reversal play. Now, here's the problem. You see, here can be the problem with the. I mean, there's a 5 minute version of it because the trigger is a new high of the day. So look what happened with Ori. At the very beginning of the day, it got up to what $43, but then it reversed, reversed, reversed. You won't get the alert until it hits that high. Now, so there's a variation of this where if it, you can get an alert on a 5 minute high, and so you could pick them up a lot earlier. I tried using it, but I was getting way too many alerts for all the ones that did this. Giving me an alert on a 5 minute high. I probably found like 20 others that didn't do this. So it's always a bit of a trade off. You're going to miss some stuff. I can create a scan for anything you're looking for, basically, but it's always going to be a trade off. How many are you going to get that you don't really want? Well, Dragon, I'm somewhat biased, but I mean, I've got my pre-market, oops, wrong, just give me a moment. I mean, this is all I use, but just because a stock is ripping in the pre-market, ripping up or down doesn't absolutely mean it's going to, of course, continue. But I mean, this is what I've been using for years and years, hardly any in my custom scans here. The pre-market actives up and down. I mean, this is what when I get on the mic at 9, I've already looked at most of the pre-market actives up and down, and then that's what we discuss for the half hour until 9:30. Now, again, just because the stock is up a lot in the pre-market or it's really active doesn't mean it's going to continue once the market opens, but at least you'll know well, you'll know the ones that are really up and the ones that are really down. So possible longs, possible shorts. Now, we do have, if you don't like this idea, we do have a channel. You can take a look at the channel. Maybe that'll help you better. Click on new from the toolbar. Click on docked channel bar. I'll repeat myself. Just don't click on the channel bar. Click on the show more, and we have a pre-market channel. Maybe that'll help you better, to look at a channel like this in the pre-market. Here are the up gappers. I don't know what this is. Oh, this is a race, of course. The top list, this is a race. Pre-market movers, okay. Those are on the way up, and these on the way down. My pre-market actives up and down will look very much like this. Okay, but this might be something you'd rather look at. Maybe in race format. Maybe I don't know. I mean, it's up to you. Now, I have a feeling this is it's probably only going to run. I'm sure it's stopped. It's going to stop at 9:30, so the race will run till 9:30, I guess. Which makes sense. Okay, but you can take a look at that. Exactly. Or click on in the yeah, the new doc channel and click on pre-market. This is what you'd see. Yeah, I have to assume that what they've done here, oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it does keep on working. But they're also running 10-minute races. But I probably just look at this. I mean, it all depends. I mean, this is just, we have different ways of presenting the data. This is a this is, just a top list window, right? Is this a top list window showing the biggest gappers on top, UAVS 42, 36 right now, okay? Or you can present it as a tree map. I like this way more than as opposed to a grid. A grid kind of boring and not great to look at, in my opinion. So the tree map is still going to show you the same information, just presenting it differently. All right, guys. Well, it's 2:24. I mean, it's been great for me. It's been real. I mean, it just keeps me interested. Okay, so all right, guys. Well, getting maybe set to wrap this up. Again, I'll hang around for another couple of minutes or so if there are any other questions. I'm just wanting to check one thing out. Aha! They said they were going to do this for the new year, so maybe we'll drive more business here. This is our homepage, and they put the trading room right at the top here now again, like they used to have it. Okay, I mean the trading room it's not new, but it's new up here. So when people now go to our homepage, they'll see that. Nice. Okay, they said they were going to do that. Give us a little more visibility. So for those of you who are new into the room today, is that how you got into the room? Because you saw that? Just out of curiosity? Anybody who's still new into the room? Like, biting your tongue, wondering why it took so long? I'll get you started. Come on, let it all out, Pepe. Come on, new year. We're tired of the calm, cool, and collected Pepe. Hmm. Unfortunately, Charlie, the question was asked earlier, and there is no way. I see. The question is, in the long term, Holly, why can't we get an alert when a new one show? I can't believe that, Pepe. Really? Yeah. The only thing I can suggest, we get enough people saying, "How come you don't? How come we can't get an alert when a new one shows up on the long term?" The more people who say that, coming from the coming from the customers rather than from me, okay? I just say, "Hey, how come we can't get an alert when a new signal comes in to the long-term Holly?" The other thing to do is to, and I'm sure people have tried, but next Wednesday, Dan should probably be starting his YouTube stream again, the CEO of Trade Ideas from 12 to 1. Ask him again. Keep asking. I don't know what the technical reason would be why they couldn't do it, but it makes a lot of sense to me. Yes. I'm not using it at all, but the fact that I'm not using it doesn't matter. I do get it. I guess some are finding it very helpful. So why not have an alert when when a signal gets added? I don't know what it would take to do it. The real you. So you're just a persona of the real you, Pepe, in the room, the most polite gentleman going. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now, I'll probably take off now, but the screen, I'm still going to display this screen. So you'll see some action here. I know people said, well, why not put it on the surfing? I don't like surfing. I had a lot of complaints actually because, yeah, the chart's low, but then the next one comes in 2 seconds later. And so I think that this should keep the interest because this is constantly moving. All right. So if there are no more questions, I will take off. So before I do go, for those of you who are still in YouTube, okay, click on my homepage link. And if you want to come into the main room, which will still be open for another hour and 15 minutes, click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit. It's free, the same trading room right here. This room will be open until 3:45 Eastern time. You too, Net Trade. And unfortunately, I do have to shut down YouTube, okay, because there's nobody left to moderate. So I'm going to shut down YouTube right now. And